Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to ask our Honor, the Vice President, our mother, good morning. Her Honor, the Vice President, in Petauke under CDF, we allocated money to work on all the gravel roads across the constituency, and also we allocated money and the contractor was given to work on Mumbi Clinic Health Staff House. But the DC in charge of executive in the district, they stopped the gradings of the road that ZNS is going to do, but all of them, they are government entities, because CDF is government entity, and the ZNS is government entity. And the DC also stopped the construction of work at Mumbi Health Post that the contractor is not UPND cadre. Who is the contractor? Now, Honor the Vice President, what are you going to do with this DC who wants to politicize the CDF, where the president here in the House, he gives everyone, either independent, either opposition, and the ruling party, everyone is given at the same time. But the DC wants to politicize it. I seek your guidance.
Honor the Vice President.
Good morning, Petauke. And I greet all the people of Petauke Central. Thank you for the greeting. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the honorable member. And from the narrative or the narration that has been given, a lot of works have been identified under CDF, and the works ought to be going on. But he alleges that the DC has stopped these works. What I didn't pick properly is that she wants this given to ZNS. That being the case, Madam Speaker, that the DC, I believe not alone, it must be a committee, is giving to or would want to give to ZNS. That is okay. That is the way to go. ZNS, like you have said, is also a government entity that should come in. We should use them as much as possible as long as they have the capacity. But there is another element. The honorable member says the DC stopped some works because it was given to a person who is not a UPND card. I think that one would need evidence, because this government is government for all Zambians. There is no policy anywhere, written anywhere, that works should only be given to UPND cadres. But it should be given to people with capacity to work with the three principles that have been said. Those people must not inflate the cost. So cost effectiveness, very important. Any contract should also be given for people that will do a good job. Quality. The third, it will be people that should deliver timely. That is all. That is the guidance. There is no guidance of political party affiliation. It is on capacity and following through that. So when there is that allegation, Madam Speaker, I think unless that DC wrote somewhere or they talked, I think that is not the way this government is proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you. The honorable member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President. 7,000 health kits have just arrived in the country. Congratulations. The debt restructuring achieved, adding on to that checklist, But Katunda, Lukulu, Watopa Mumbeji Road has never seen any bituminous standard, no tarmac whatsoever. Since the creation of the world, with this debt restructuring, will Katunda, Lukulu, Watopa, Mumbeji Road be done? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honorable member for Lukulu, for Mitete, for actually acknowledging in the first place that a lot of work is being done by this government to deliver services to the Zambian people. He talked of 7,000 health kits that have come into the country. It is important because we know how much we have been talking about the drug situation in the country. So the arrival of such, which normally goes to the primary care, is very, very important. The debt restructuring is very important. Thank you for also taking note. And in your taking note of what has been done, you have said there are many others that we may not spend time, it will be too long. But the cry is like the cry of Vuvi. The cry is Katunda, Lukulu Watopa Mumbeji Road has never seen a bituminous standard road. Is there now with the debt restructuring? All I can say is the debt restructuring will not bring the benefits today. But under this government, we see light at the end of the tunnel. And therefore, the people along this road can have hope now that this government will work. Because we, in restructuring, our hope, the minister is here, if I misrepresent him, that's okay. But the hope is that we will attract investment into the country. That means also, business coming in, and we will do PPP projects on some roads, releasing the government resources to roads like where it may be necessary that the government spends money. Some of the roads will work now under PPP. Because those who could do PPP were scared because of the junky status we had reached as a country. Now with this hope, they will come. They will come. And the government resources, the minister is here, we will go to other roads, including Kaputa. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mpika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Her Honor the Vice President, good morning. Last week, the Minister of Mines was very categorical on the floor of the House. No one was being licensed to start mining at the Kanyelele gold site in Mpika and Shwangandu. However, Madam Speaker, a company called Intambamweru is on the ground with excavators and tippers doing full-scale mining. Since it's against the law, Your Honor the Vice President, when will government move in to arrest the culprits and confiscate the materials that they have heaped somewhere to extract gold? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member from Mpika, haven't you put a question, an urgent question on the same lines? We can't eat with both hands. If you have put in a question, we wait for that question to be answered. Can we make progress? The Honorable Member for Sinazongwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to ask Honor the Vice President a question. Madam Speaker, the Secretary General of the United Party for National Development, the party in power, did tour or is touring constituencies to look at how CDF is working. There were some revelations in some constituencies, Madam Speaker, that the 2022 CDF has not been utilized, which is a very serious source of concern to the people of Zambia, because this money needs Zambians to benefit. Her Honor the Vice President, what is your word of caution to these government workers who don't want to utilize this CDF, and also a word of advice to MPs seated here in Parliament, pretending that CDF is not a game changer? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Sinazongwe, who refers to the touring of the CDF projects in the country by the Secretary General of UPND. And for some, it's an outcry that this is wrong. He is looking after a flagship program of government, and the party is the policy director of what happens. This is what it is. In the manifesto, those are the things, and these are the things people looked to. Yeah. However, the finding out of the fact that 2022 CDF has not yet been used. Did he say this one? I didn't hear that. But the fact that in certain constituencies this has not been used, it's unfortunate. I do understand the issues that used to come on the floor of the House, that the procedures were a little too tight, and they are the ones that may delay the processes of procuring the projects or contracting or indeed giving the contracts to the people. I think that the minister sitting here is working, as we talk of government, on reducing rigidities. This is one field that we have worked on. I believe that things don't have to come all the way sorry, to the minister. Now it is at provincial level. This is something that has been done to make things a little faster. So the speed could have been, the impediment on the speed could have been because of the procedures. But now that is not there. Every member of parliament, the people's members of parliament are in this CDF, particularly this figure of CDF, which is speaking to decentralization, is that the members of parliament are leaders. They come to this house, madam, because they want to serve the people. Because these members want to serve the people. They should be more concerned than anybody else, because we went to promise the people that we work for them. Everybody must follow up, madam, to ensure that the money under CDF is used properly and timely, not to have such a long gap between the release, sorry. So all of us as members of parliament should ensure that this is working. It must be embarrassing if I had a constituent to learn that up to now PF is bewitching me. Except Tikafwaya is not bewitching me. The guilty one knows it's Honorable Chitotela. Madam, let us be serious with CDF. Let us not take CDF like it's pocket, it's us. Let's think of the people. And maybe let me use this time to clarify the issue of 57. I think somebody has been announcing 57, next year it will be 57. That was not the position. We will look at the resources available. This was just an example that we may find some counterparty funds that can be matching funds to the CDF, not a commitment that it will be 57. So I just wanted to clarify this through this house. We have now, we are at 28.3. If, as we can see, things change, we may just go up because we want the money, this government, this president wants the money to go to the people, not to the people down who need it, not to us who are already getting paid. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity. Your Honor, the Vice President, my mom, in the context of democracy, human rights, and equality before the law, what does it mean to your government, the UPND government, when the police singles out the opposition for minimum force? Thank you, Madam.
Honor the Vice President, although we have a statement. Yes, there's a statement coming, so reserve your questions for that. So you can ask the Honorable Minister. We don't want to keep on repeating the same story. When we have a ministerial statement coming, anything related should be addressed. Honorable Member for Pambashe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, my sister, Your Honor, the Vice President, and welcome. We missed you for over 4 weeks. Your Honor, the Vice President, there is a seemingly rising concern by your people in Wapra province concerning a case of Sujirite. Slowly that matter, Your Honor, the Vice President, is seemingly dying with comments coming from the leadership to say, no, that mineral is not classified anywhere within the Mineral Development Act. Is that the government position that whenever people are routing natural resources that are not classified in the Mineral Resources Act, they will not be meant to account for their action? I thank you, Your Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you. Her Honor, the Vice President.
I'm empowered, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Pambashe for that issue. Maybe two things as we tackle the issue of people's concern over sugilite, and I believe there may be other minerals which have not been explored, and the people of Luapula should really want to see that so that they get the benefit. On the sugilite, to start with, from the government point, they are working on profiling the mineral, because you are aware that we really didn't know about it, neither is it in our, what do you call, we don't even, in the mineral profile. So they are working on that so that it becomes a legal issue for us to mine, to give mining licenses and so on. Until we know the extent, we know we know the pricing of the same. So they are working on that. But if you are talking of people looting, people illegally mining, there was an outcry here. But we know that certain people were arrested. And their government executive has taken them to the courts of law. Let us wait for the due process of the law. Everybody is innocent until proved guilty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, I celebrate your Christian standing in society. 7 months ago, Zambia celebrated 29 years of being declared a Christian nation. You and I, Your Honor, the Vice President, understand the need for a nation to set up an altar, especially when a nation has taken after the path of righteousness. Your Honor, the Vice President, I want to find out what is government position concerning the House of National Prayer. Thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you very much for reminding all of us that we are a Christian nation, and there was a declaration accepted by all Zambians that we are a Christian nation, and we should stand as such. The issue of finding a place that you call the altar, the national altar, and referring to the house of prayer that was started a few years back. My ministry, my office, my office is in charge of religious affairs. And therefore, I can assure you, Honorable, that we are doing consultations to see how we approach the National House of Prayer. Because when it was done, I think it was given, to a wing of government under security. We are people now, we are talking with the different mother bodies to find a common solution. Because when this is done and finished, everything can't just be left to say it is there, anybody can go there. There is need to know who is in charge to maintain, to control, and to be able to use it. So we are in a consultative process of bringing on board everybody on how we treat the National House of Prayer, which is still under construction. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, I know in your inventory you've got an area called Chikwasha, which it's got a lot of issues when it comes to disasters. Madam Speaker, in the last 2 weeks, our kids from different villages can't go to school. The little crops people managed to save from the floods, they couldn't harvest them because this part of Nyimba Luangawad is divided by 2 big mountains, Chinga Mountain. Now what has happened is that the lions have crossed from their game management area into an open space. And this is the area which is bordering Mkushi south. And the Zawa from Nyimba, they've got no vehicle and they've got no capacity to come through Lusaka to Kawe, Mkushi, then go back into Nyimba constituency and manage these lions. We have tried our level best as a community and we have failed. Madam Vice President, do you have any plans or what assistance can you render to us, the people of Luangawad? Thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Nyimba. This question, Madam, is extremely specific, and these are the issues I have always said, come to the office, so that we can really understand. Even him standing there for this 1 minute can't give the full status of the situation. We know that we have a ministry responsible for wildlife, and we are aware of animal-human conflicts. But we need to know where it is happening, in which form, so that we can give a proper response of how we do it. So I cannot give a full response satisfactory to the Honorable. He is free to walk into the office of the Vice President, or indeed, better still, to the office of the Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, 860 workers, former workers at Zambia Postal Services, are going through a hard times following their retrenchment and also retirement. Your Honor, the Vice President, although these former workers are on the payroll, they have not received any single salary for the past 2 years. And a number of them have died and more at risk. What measures is your government going to put in place to ensure that those workers who are on the payroll at least are paid something? Because several attempts by the union to engage government and management has proved futile. Thank you, Madam.
Just for purposes of avoidance of doubt, Honorable Member for Chairman North, haven't you asked that question? Have you not put in that question? No. Oh, okay.
No, Madam Speaker.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you. Again, I don't want even to answer this, Madam. Thank you very much so quickly, because there are facts that I need to verify. The 860, how do I just answer or make a policy here? What is it that we are going to do? These are kind of questions that will need a little bit of time to be able to respond. The minister says he had responded when he was acting. But if it was not satisfactorily according to you, please, I'm sorry I'm not the presiding officer, but I think these are things you put on paper so that we can find time. You are saying 2 years nobody has received a salary. We need to verify. And I can't make a policy and say this is what we are going to do. We need to find out from finance. We need to find out from the substantive minister. Very important, but I don't have the facts to use to give this house without misleading them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, the Honorable Member for Chairman North was advised to put in a question in writing. He raised that as a matter of urgent public importance, and I did guide him, if I recall. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to find out from Honor whether the government has realized that the Empowerment Commission is not working well with the labor movement, in that the labor movement seem to have been curtailed or blockaded in the process of negotiations for better wages and conditions. What would be the comment over that one? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you very much. The Emoluments Commission is not working well with the labor unions. I think that is the concern. The minister is right here. But the Emoluments Commission does not, by provision, negotiate with the people, with the workers. The workers, unions, we will negotiate, and then it is the unions that will go to the only recommendation of the labor union. But the labor unions don't just wake up. There is always negotiation. And this is what is going on right now. I may not really fully understand that there is a barrier between the two. They are failing to work together. Negotiation is part of the process of reaching emoluments any time. So there are negotiations going on right now. To try, that is the purpose of the emoluments, to harmonize the salary structure in government. That includes many other wings. This is what is happening. We can't conclude that they have failed. Remember that the Emoluments Commission is new, it's novel, and therefore there are many teething problems that may be found. But they are working together to see how they can harmonize the salaries in the government wage structure. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning, Madam Vice President. Your Honor, the Vice President, on many times, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, he has given directives that the VXs which were bought after 12th August 2021 general elections be disposed of. Madam Vice President, the question is, the people of Bwacha and the many citizens of this country out there would want to know when this directive from His Excellency the President is going to be fulfilled through the Ministry of Finance. When are the VXs going to be sold out? And who gave the directive or the authority to procure the vehicles after 12th August 2021? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, one question per Honorable Member. So, which one do you prefer? The who gave authority or what have they been sold, the VXs?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess Honor the Vice President will choose between the two, which one to take. Thank you so much.
I didn't know that we now have to have multiple choice. Honor the Vice President.
Thank you. Indeed, the President gave directives, and we needed as Zambians to have listened, including those in government, because this is not a new thing after coming into government. We campaigned on this, that we will use vehicles that are not too expensive, not only too expensive to acquire, but too expensive to maintain. Colleagues, this is the way the President gave the directives that nobody purchases. But we have a system, and the system of government moves too slowly. Some people didn't adhere, and they did purchase VX vehicles. This does not go well with prudence management of national resources, because it's too expensive. And therefore, for those who bought, particularly after coming into office, indeed must dispose of them. That will be done. I cannot give the Honorable the dates, because modalities of disposal are being worked on. This is a fact. We want to save a little money to continue enhancing CDF. We want to save a little money to continue to enhance free education. We want to enhance the resources of the country in the hands to do Vubwi, where is Vubwi? To do Vubwi Chipata Road and the Katunda Lukulu up to Mombeji. That is what we are doing. That's why we are saying, for now, no such expensive vehicles. The time will be made after the modalities have been worked out, the modus operandi. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and Your Honor the Vice President, good morning. Your Honor the Vice President, you have been on record of having done a groundbreaking ceremony for a hospital, a teaching hospital in Northwestern. And the people of Northwestern are so expectant to see you commission the construction of this hospital. When is this project commencing? Thank you.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me thank the Honorable Member for reminding me that we did do groundbreaking and launched the construction of a hospital. Of course, I do it on the recommendation of the people on the ground. I'm also waiting to come and now open it officially. But as at now, indeed, I also have not seen the progress. We will continue to follow up and follow up where the resources were supposed to have come from. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Sanzala.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honor the Vice President. My question is, now, congratulations once more for that debt restructuring. And my question to our Honor, through you, Madam Speaker, is that the poverty levels for this country has gone a little bit up by 11% by 2022. And now, in my constituency, my people, there is hunger, rumor of hunger. When I was going through last week and the other week, people were complaining and asking me to bring this message to your attention that food is not enough in all the constituencies in Zambia, particularly in my constituency, in Sanzala constituency. What are your plans as we are going towards the rain season? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member from Sanzala, I can't pronounce combinations sometimes, Madam Speaker. And thank you for congratulating this government, the President, the Minister of Finance, and the entire team for having reached the agreement on debt restructuring. You say the poverty levels are going up, and that is the concern of this government. And that is why we have worked so hard to try and put in place social protection programs that have increased very much. If you go to look at the social protection, that includes many programs. It actually goes to 8 billion, madam, because we have to continuously help. But the purpose, you have congratulated this government for reaching the restructuring, is because we were going down, and now through this we start going up. The economy must start growing now, and it's up to all of us to fight this poverty. We cannot do it politically. We have to work together and see our real concern for the Zambian people. They cannot continue to wallow in poverty. With all that God has given us, the resources, both natural and human resource, and you are the leaders in this country, can we for once work together? We will continue to give social protection, but this is not enough, because you can't give everybody. The issue is this debt restructuring should help us to lift the economy so that people can have genuine money at their disposal. You call it disposable income. That is what we are working on. I do feel the pain when we do feel the pain. That's why that minister was not sleeping. The president was flying all over, and he was called names. But it is to find the resources. That is what Hakainde has been doing. Thank you, madam. The parent does not sleep when children are hungry. This is what Hakainde was doing. We hope we can have some rest as we start getting. What are you saying? I have responded, I think, adequately. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member from Pongwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, the Zambian people are appreciating the increased CDF. However, many urban constituencies are more developed as compared to rural constituencies. Are there any plans to consider allocating more funds to rural constituencies, taking into consideration population and vastness. I thank you.
Thank you. Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member from Pongwe. This can call for a very long debate on how we apportion resources to the constituents. There are a lot of criteria that you look at. But for now, it is necessary that we give according to constituencies. Somebody, madam, I learned through somebody who said, look, you can't say a constituency like Kalavo. How many people do you have in Kalavo? The population of Kalavo. And you say, there are 20,000, so I'm just giving a figure. How do you give the same? How do you call it a constituency compared to Mandevu with over 100,000? The issue comes to the two criteria. There is the area, the space itself, that you have to service. As in the rural area, you may have a bigger, indeed vast areas that need long roads to reach the people scattered all over. But in Mandevu or Kabwata, or indeed Kanyama, where is Kanyama MP? Kanyama, there are so many people that also need services. So you have to look at that. It is not easy to say, let us add here, because there are more people that need health posts. So you find them, you need them closer, because there are many. In Kaputa, you may not need as many as in Mandevu. So it is looking at that a decision was made. But in the long run, if we see there is need to look at some affirmative behavior in allocating the resources between rural and urban, that can be looked at. But now, it is constituents. It becomes easier for us to ensure that everybody has access to the little resource. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Sikongo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Western Province has been known to produce very good results at grade 12 for a long time. Western Province. However, Madam Speaker, the results which came out this year in sometime in February shocked a lot of people of Western Province. So, Madam Speaker, the people of Western Province would like to know what really went wrong so that we'll be able to attend to whatever problem it was, so that we can get back to where we used to be, top 3 in the country. I thank you.
Although that question is too specific, why don't you put in a question to the Minister of Education? Then you'll be able to provide enough information. For now, I don't think Her Honor the Vice President will have the answers. The Honorable Member for Momba.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to ask this question. Your Honor the Vice President, the Minister of Finance on Tuesday gave a ministerial statement on the debt restructuring, and the PF borrowed $11 billion between 2011 and 2021. Now, one issue which is very important is that of accountability and transparency. Whilst we know the amount, the total amount for this debt, the people of Zambia would want to know how this money was used. Are you able, Your Honor, the Vice President, in the near future to bring to this House detailed expenditure of this amount, so that the Zambian people know where this money went? Madam Speaker, I'm asking this because of the amount of corruption which was there under the PF. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just ask the question, don't debate it. Don't order. Honorable Member, before Her Honor the Vice President comes on, Honorable Member for Lunte, you have a point of order. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, I rise on this very
Oh,
serious...
sorry, honorable member. Don't mislead me. During this segment, there are no points of order. Her Honor the Vice President.
We are just remembering one incident in the social media where a member of colleagues from there was saying, these people are corrupt. That is on a lighter moment. Indeed, I thank the Honorable Member, Madam Speaker, for this question. It's very, very important. He has looked at what was presented. In fact, if I remember the figures, it is that in 2011, the debt burden was at 1.9, I think, 98 or something there. The debt. And if I remember then, I was sitting somewhere there, sir, madam. When there was criticism that the government was not using enough money, they were not borrowing enough to support the budget. Because the budget was changing from, loan debt buyers to locally produced. That was a debate then, in those days, out there. From 1.98 billion in 2011 to 13 billion of borrowing over 10 years. You're right. Over 10 years. There's no argument over that. But we have to go back and see that we were once in debt trap. And that government that started here then reduced the debt, including through HIPIC. We appreciate that. But also through prudence management of resources. We were then focusing to have this economy move to which class B, whatever, minus. We were growing the economy as a country. And the trajectory, that's why you should like graphs. The trajectory then, this is a fact. He has asked a question, madam. I'm trying to answer. Please just follow. You may not agree with me, but this is the fact. Here we come for facts. The graph was going up. And the colleagues come and it goes boom, down. I don't know how they write boom, but honorable members, one would have thought with this kind of borrowing and the little that we produced as a nation, the economy should have been going up. I mean, let us just be ordinary villager like myself. You don't have to go to school like Honorable Kafuaya. You just have to be you. You were making resources in the country. You were borrowing. The economy was going down. Tell me the rationale. Don't take us for granted as a people. I am giving you homework, my son. You call me my sister, you are my son. I am giving homework to all of us and to the Zambians out there. What went wrong? If it was so good, colleagues, former Minister of Finance, I think, community and he was a real line manager. But the point I'm bringing is just that all of us should do introspective as a party, as a government, even us. We are thinking, is that what we want? No. After restructuring, then when we are going out, we say 10 years, no, we borrowed more. No. Some of these things we should not discuss them, particularly from some side. Let the Zambians debate. Mistakes were made. We are here to correct the mistakes. We don't want, this is so personal to me that I'm vice president, unfortunately. So I have to remain within the line. As to whether I can bring detailed account of what happened, I can't commit that standing here. Because generally, every year, there is the auditor's report. Those that are concerned, let us go back. Were those doctors doctored or were they real? But you know, for me, madam, the real issue, no, God will judge you for what you do.
Thank you very much. A very interesting segment. Unfortunately, at least we have tried today. We have taken 17 questions. Previously, we were only taking 9, 10. So, great improvement. Just a reminder, Honorable Member for Pambashe, Her Honor the Vice President is your mother, not your sister. No, she... Thank you very much. Can we make progress? I've permitted the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security to make a ministerial statement.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you for according me this opportunity to issue a ministerial statement on the matter of urgent public importance raised by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Katombora, Clement Andeleki. Madam Speaker, this arose out of a statement issued by the Law Association of Zambia alleging an increase in incidents of police brutality against members of the opposition. Madam Speaker, brief facts are that on 28th June 2023, the Law Association of Zambia president published an article in which he alleged that there was an increase in incidents of brutality attributed to the Zambia Police Service. In his article, he highlighted 3 incidents involving Patriotic Front members who came in conflict with the law and were arrested by the Zambia Police Service. These PAF members included Mr. Emmanuel Mwamba, Mr. Rizwan Patel, and Dr. Christopher Zuman Zimba. Madam Speaker, we wish to inform the general public through this August House as follows. In the case in which Christopher Zuman Zimba has been arrested and charged, brief facts are that on 30th May 2023, Zambia Police Service charged and arrested Christopher Zuman Zimba jointly with 3 others for being in possession of articles for terrorism or proliferation purpose contrary to Section 25 of the Anti-Terrorism and the Non-Proliferation Act number 6 of 2018, as read with Section 2 of the amended Anti-Terrorism Act number 6 of 2023 of the laws of Zambia. These offenses, Madam Speaker, were committed in February 2022. These offenses, Madam Speaker, are non-bailable. The matter has since been committed to the High Court for trial. In the cases involving Mr. Emmanuel Mwamba, on 17th June 2023, Zambia Police Service arrested Mr. Emmanuel Mwamba, age 52, and Mr. Andy Luchende, aged 29, both of whom are residents of Lusaka, for 2 counts of forgery, contrary to Section 342 of the Penal Code of the laws of Zambia. In addition, the duo were arrested for 3 counts of publication of information contrary to Section 54 of the Cyber Security and Cybercrimes Act number 2 of 2021. The offenses are alleged to have been committed on the 8th of June 2023 in Osaka. Further, on 17th June 2023, Zambia Police Service charged and arrested Mr. Emmanuel Mwamba for assault occasioning actual bodily harm, contrary to Section 248 of the Penal Code. Mr. Mwamba is alleged to have assaulted one of the police officers that went to apprehend him on 17th June 2023. The accused persons are on police bond and will appear in court soon. On 23rd June 2023, Zambia Police Service charged and arrested Rizwan Patel, age 41, of Bebos Construction and Supplies Limited, for 2 counts of forgery, contrary to Section 342 of the Penal Code, Act Chapter 87 of the laws of Zambia. In another count, he was charged for publication of information contrary to Section 54 of Cyber Security and Cyber Crimes Act number 2 of 2021. The suspect is on police bond and will appear in the courts of law soon. Madam Speaker, in all the above-mentioned cases, I'm proud to indicate that the Zambia Police Services acted professionally. The House may wish to note that under Section 26 of the Criminal Procedure Code, Chapter 88 of the laws of Zambia, the police officers are empowered, I repeat, are empowered to make arrests without a warrant in specific situations such as when a person commits an offense in the presence of a police officer, or when the officer has reasonable ground to believe that an offense has been committed. Section 18, subsection 2 of the Criminal Procedure Code, Chapter 88 of the laws of Zambia, states, and I quote, if such person forcibly resists the endeavor to arrest him or attempts to evade the arrest, such police officer may use all means reasonably necessary to effect the arrest. Further, Section 26J of the Criminal Procedure Code, Chapter 88 of the laws of Zambia, states that a police officer can arrest any person for whom he has reasonable cause to believe that a warrant of arrest has been issued. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to make it clear, pertaining to a perception by sections of society on the Zambia police call-out. The call-out is not in any way, by law, a requirement for any police officer to effect an arrest. I want to repeat. Let me take this opportunity to make it clear by perceptions by sections of society on the Zambia police call-out. The call-out is not in any way a requirement for any police officer to effect an arrest. A police call-out is merely an administrative process, accepted practice by which members of the public are invited by the police to answer concerns raised against them. Therefore, police officers do not always need to issue a call out in order to arrest a suspect. Madam Speaker, unlike in the past, people are now free to interact with the law enforcement agencies, particularly the Zambia Police Service. We have an open door policy, and members of the public are free to report any alleged crime without fear, as it was in the past. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, it is therefore so disheartening to see institutions and individuals who are supposed to defend the rule of law oppose well-intended actions from law enforcement agencies. The new Dawn administration, under the leadership of His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of Zambia, is working tirelessly to restore law and order in the country. Government remains committed to upholding the principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Government will continue to foster an environment that encourages open discourse, respect for freedom of expression, and ensures that law enforcement agencies operate within the confines of the law. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. The Honorable Member for Kalavo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted just to find out from the Honorable Minister, a state which has or which keeps law and order vis-a-vis a state which has no law and order. In which state, Madam Speaker, would there be much, one, killings, two, use of tear gases, three, the use of guns by police officers against innocent citizens? In which of these two states would there be law and order? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo. Honorable members of this House and the nation should always reflect as to what transpired in the past as they try to understand what is happening now. Madam Speaker, it's a matter of public knowledge that in the immediate past, if a leader of the opposition was appearing before the police at a police station, it was very common and usual for all those who escorted that particular leader to be brutalized. Tear gas was the order of the day. Members of the public were being maimed. Members of the public were shot at by the police during that period. And also it's important to note that during the immediate past, a lot of unacceptable conduct were made by Zambia police during that time. We do recall some of us, and in particular myself and my colleagues, who used to represent leaders of the opposition. I do recall that when the Zambia police and others under the PF went to arrest the president of the country, who then was the leader of opposition, They went with the battalions of police, battalions of security forces. They broke down the gate. They broke down the house. They beat everyone who was there. They stole things which were in the house. And as if that was not enough, they even shitted on the beds of the former president. That was extreme brutality, Madam Speaker. And I would like to appeal to the nation never to forget such incidences as we reflect as to what is happening now. Madam Speaker, we should always remember what happened at the police headquarters when the current president was called to appear before the police. The police went out of their way to discharge tear gas, and they did not only discharge tear gas, Madam Speaker.
Order.
They did not just
Honorable
discharge.
member for Pika, take your seat. Honorable member from Pika, please take your seat. Take your seat, honorable member. Order, honorable minister, sorry. There is a point of order. Honorable member for Bangweulu, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 65 in its entirety. The Member of Parliament, Honorable Miyut, asked the Minister a simple question to compare the two. Now, he is not answering the question. Can you keep quiet?
Can we have order? Order. Honorable members, if we continue, I'll move to the next segment. You ask a question, the answers are being provided. This is a time to ask questions. So let's give that opportunity. We have only 16 minutes remaining. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Madam Speaker, I was stating and I was comparing what used to happen in the past and what is happening now. I'll come to what is happening currently. In the past, I was giving an example of what transpired at the police headquarters. When President Hakainde was called to appear before the police for interrogation. The police discharged tear gas, they beat people, and they did not just beat people. They killed one of our well-deserving civil servants who was a prosecutor. They shot him, in summer, in cold blood, under the PF regime. Madam Speaker, as if that is not enough, we went to Luansha to answer charges. They beat members of parliament in Luansha, even including the former vice president of the UPND GBM, Geoffrey Waliamwamba. I was his lawyer in Luansha. As if that is not enough. Under the PF, at Woodlands police station, a lot of our people were brutalized. They were tortured in the streets just for going to escort a president at a police station. Now let me come back to what is happening here currently. Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. The minister is comparing the two.
Yes.
He was asked to compare the two.
Madam Speaker.
Proceed.
Madam Speaker. Currently we have witnessed leaders have been going to a police station with their supporters, and they are not being harassed in any way. There has been no tear gas in any way. That is the law and order. Our colleagues have been holding press conferences at police stations, and nobody has harassed them. The rule of law, under the UPND, under the leadership of Hakainde Hichilema, is reigning in this country. Nobody has been harassed for going to a police station. Nobody. As far as we are concerned, Madam Speaker, law and order is a precursor to development. If a country slides into lawlessness, no investor, no investment will come to the country. And that is why the UPND leadership has insisted that we are going to ensure that there is a law and order in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Malole. Honorable Member for Malole has abandoned his question. Honorable Member for Pambashe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking after engaging Honorable Minister for Home Affairs, then as leader of opposition there. The only thing I can say is maybe Zambia, Madam Speaker, is a case country. Because I'm speaking from experience, my brothers. I remember Honorable Jackie Mwimbo was a defender and a fighter of human rights. And we could engage. Now to hear him stand there and say there's nothing wrong happening, to compare the wrong to the wrong, Honorable Minister will not make us right. Zambian people on 12th October voted for change. And when they voted for change, they expected better. Right now, Madam Speaker, as I'm speaking, there are 3 land cruisers raided on the gate of Parliament Precinct, full of the military police officers with beacons. And I remember Honorable Jack Mimbo raising during the Vice President question, and Guy Scott and the former Speaker, they had to retreat to sit in the Speaker's house to address the concern as he raised it in the last Parliament. And today he's saying there's nothing wrong that is happening. Honorable Minister, bearing in mind that yes, the call-outs is a best practice where people are civilized and respect human rights. What is difficult for the police officers to issue a call-out to the former ambassador, the sitting member of Parliament, than standing on the gate and arresting a member of Parliament for Malole, than in following the member of Parliament for Mandevu with the family and at the shopping mall? Do you think that is a civilized way that, yes, the law does not give the call-out as a requirement for the police to arrest anybody? Is that the civilized way and the modern democratic and respect to human rights that UPND would stand and boast today that, yes, whether you were a member of Parliament, honorable member of Parliament, voted for by the people in that constituency, a former ambassador who have served this country with dignity, can be followed up at the couch and be picked? Is that the new normal that Zambians must be able to expect? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was not going to zero in on the issue of the former ambassador. But because he has brought it in, I would like to respond. I don't expect a former ambassador to behave in the way he has been behaving. I don't expect that. I expect a former ambassador to abide by the laws of this country. He must be an example to the nation and to the international community. That is what we expect of a former ambassador. Madam Speaker, I want to state that I was responding to the issues raised by Honorable Mutu to compare lawlessness and where there is law and order. That is what I did. And I did mention in my statement that there is no legal requirement pertaining to a call-out. But we have continued giving call-outs where appropriate. We have done that. A number of your colleagues have been appearing before the police through a call-out. That is what we have been doing. But I want to inform you, Honorable Member, that the police are obliged to enforce a bench warrant. You don't need to issue a call out on somebody who has been issued with a bench warrant. The police have the mandate to arrest on sight anyone who defies a bench warrant. If you have seen policemen outside there, they are not in the precincts of parliament. They may be looking for people who are evading a bench warrant. That is their right. I can't comment on that. But any responsible leader should oblige the courts when they issue a bench warrant. It's unacceptable for two leaders of this House to be defying bench warrants. If they get arrested by the police, don't blame anyone. They are the ones to blame. They have bench warrants. My officers can't be blamed because they are mandated to enforce law and order in this country. We will continue issuing call-outs when we are investigating. But when it's so clear that a criminal offense has been committed and the police have evidence, they will not issue a call-out. They will arrest. A call-out is to ensure that the person comes before the police for an interview. But if you commit murder or you kill somebody, do you honestly believe that a call-out should be issued? No. The answer is no. The police will effect an arrest on that person. I still stand and I still condemn unprofessional conduct on the part of the police. If the police are unprofessional in their course of duty, it is the responsibility of the individual who has been affected to report the matter either to the police, Human Rights Commission, or the Police Complaints Commission, or take the matter to court. And the appropriate action will be taken. That I can assure you. We will not want to slide back to lawlessness, where gun culture was the order of the day. We will not want. And I think all of us, as leaders in this House and members of the public, will not want to go back to those days where it was a criminal offense for wearing party regalia. Members of the public who used to wear opposition party regalia used to be brutalized. They used to be, some of them even ended up being killed for wearing just a party regalia. We will not allow that. And that is why if you go around in Lusaka now, my colleagues, the PF, they wear, the party regalias that you can see in Lusaka now is PF regalia. And nobody is harassing them because there is law and order. People are enjoying their rights in this country under the new Dawn administration. And we shall continue protecting the rights of Zambians. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. You can stop the clock. Honorable members, Honorable Member Pombashe has said that there are police officers at the gate or in the premises of the parliament buildings. The reason why the police are here is on account of a non-governmental organization that is presenting a petition to parliament, and the police are only here to maintain order. They are not tear gassing or harassing anyone. They are merely performing a duty in line with the law. So please do not be overwhelmed or be scared that they have come to arrest members of parliament. They have come here for a different role altogether. So, yeah. They are not even enforcing the bench warrant. They've come for something else. The Honorable Member for Kasama Central. Kasama.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's quite disheartening to stand here. We're all politicians, and all of us have wounds from the past. And yes, it does hurt. But I stand here, Madam Speaker, today to urge, to say, it is time to progress. We are one Zambia, one nation. When you drive your vehicle, you have a huge windscreen. It is wider than your rear view. It is time for us to make progress. Constant looking at the back will not make us go anywhere. We all hurt and we all heal. But this is time, Madam Speaker, that Zambia moves forward. Time to make progress. The rule of law should be in place. If there is an offender, let the law take its course. It is time that we are going to live as one Zambia and one nation. There are 156 of us representing the nation, and it is time that we let our wounds heal. And those wounds will heal because time has come for the UPND to be in government and to do the right thing. If we constantly look at the back, we are not going to make progress.
What's the question, Honorable Member?
Madam Speaker, my question is that, Honorable Minister, when are we going to make progress and live as it should be? Time is now to make progress. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had the privilege of visiting Rwanda last week. The government of Rwanda always insists to take visitors to the genocide memorial. The intention of taking people there is to remind that we should never, ever again to go back to those dark days. The Jews, the world over, and the United Nations always remind us pertaining to the Holocaust. The Holocaust happened during the Second World War. But we are being reminded that such an incident should never be allowed to happen. And that is why, as UPND, we always look back and reflect on the wrongs that occurred. As we reflect, we make sure that those wrongs should not be repeated. That is a well-informed decision we have taken. We will not allow lawlessness to reign in this country again. I agree with you that we should ensure that law and order prevails in the country. It is in the interest of all of us. And it's in the interest of the nation that we ensure fairness in whatever we do. We should ensure that the rights and obligations are enforced. And I can assure you, as long as I am Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, I will do that. And I can tell you that even when members of the public, others have been saying, register PF, I've said no, because I believe in the rule of law. I believe that PF members have rights in this country. We shall always protect rights unless there's a wrong. So I agree with you. We have to move forward. But even as you are driving, you should always see behind. You may make an accident. So we will not want to make an accident.
The last question, Honorable Member for Bwengwa, be brief.
Oh, thank you so much, Honorable Madam Speaker. Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me thank the Honorable Minister for that ministerial statement. You know, if I look back where we came from, it is very disheartening to start thinking about the situation where I came from, especially under the PF brutality. Yeah. Minister, please can you help the nation today? Because of that statement which you've just put on the floor of this House, tell us how many people have been killed under the UPND government from the time we took over power through police brutality. And also tell this nation.
Just one question, Honorable Member. We have run
Madam,
out of
they are related, so that we also mention how many people have been killed under police brutality under the PF regime. Thank you very much.
the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to inform the nation that no one has been killed by the police. No one has been killed by the police unlawfully during the reign of the UPND. None. But I can confirm that during the reign of the PF, a number of Zambians were killed wantonly by the PF cadres and police during that period. And that is why we always say that we should reflect where we are coming from so that we don't repeat the wrongs that were done during that period. Every Zambian deserves the right to live in a country that respects their rights, a country that respects that individual. And I would like to guarantee that we are going to continue doing that.
Thank you. I have also permitted the Honorable Minister of Health to render a short statement to clarify whether NIMA is currently paying a maximum of 1,500 for cancer treatment, which issue arose during consideration of question number 319, which was on the order paper for yesterday, 29th June 2023. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity.
I thought you would be in front.
Oh. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Order. As the time is 10:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Business has been suspended for a 20 minutes health break. And just before business was suspended, the Minister of Health, Honorable Sylvia Masebo, was just about to give a short statement on whether NIMA is currently charging 1,500 for the treatment of cancer patients.
And earlier on, the House did consider a ministerial statement that was rendered by the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, and this is Honorable Jack Mwimbo, and this was based on the point of urgent public importance, which was raised yesterday by Mr. Clement and Deleki, and this one was on the press statement issued by the Law Association of Zambia condemning police brutality in the country. And we had Her Honor the Vice President's question time, Tazo.
Exactly, Paulson. Today we did have Her Honor the Vice President's question time, in which we did see Her Honor take about 17 questions from various members of Parliament.
Still to come, we do have questions for oral answer, understanding order 74, and these are ordinary questions, and we do have a total number of 5 questions, and also have 2 motions. The first one will come from Mr. Luwosha, and 2 bills. Maybe the details of the bills that are yet to be considered on the floor of the House.
Paulson, the first bill is the National Prosecution Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023, and it's supposed to come up for second reading.
The other one is the Human Rights Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, and this one is equally coming out second reading. For now, we'll take a short break and be able to let you in on what else has been considered on the floor of the House when business resumed at 09 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Honorable members, today marks 134 years since the first meeting of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, which was convened by visionary parliamentarians Frederick Passy of France and William Randall Cremer of the United Kingdom on 30th June 1889. The organization, which was formed with a view to promoting peace through parliamentary diplomacy and dialogue, has evolved over the years to have a membership of 179 member parliaments. The Zambia National Group, therefore, today joins the rest of the IPU family to commemorate the International Day of Parliamentarism and the IPU's 134th anniversary by joining the IPU's climate campaign, Parliaments for the Planet. In line with this year's theme, I am happy to report that the IPU Zambia National Group has an ongoing tree planting exercise which I launched on 25th July 2022 in Ichongo constituency following the Bali Declaration of Climate Change. Honorable members, in our National Action Plan as a Parliament, my office, together with the other presiding officers, has spearheaded the tree planting exercise in all the 156 constituencies across the country to mitigate the negative effects of climate change. Honorable members of Parliament have been urged to lead by example and plant a minimum of 1,000 trees in their respective constituencies. This is also in an effort to encourage reforestation and afforestation. I am also glad to report that Lufwanyama constituency, under the Honorable Siachisumo MP, an executive member of the IPU Zambia branch, has planted over 4,000 trees over and above the set target of 1,000 trees. This is commendable, and I urge other honorable members to follow his example. In addition, the Zambia Parliament has the Zambian Parliamentary Caucus on Environment and Climate Change Caucus, whose mission is to prioritize, build consensus, and raise the profile of debate of parliamentarians on natural resource conservation and climate change issues, among others. Our Parliament also has the Caucus on SDGs, which has provided a platform for MPs to accelerate Zambia's achievement of the SDGs, including goal number 13 on climate change action. At institutional level, the National Assembly has undertaken the following measures. 1. Dedicated the Safe Seas Department to be responsible for, among other things, planting and maintenance of horticultural and other vegetation at Parliament buildings. 2. Implemented the e-Parliament concept, where the institution is promoting the use of information technologies, ICTs, in its operations instead of using paper. This involves transmitting documents electronically instead of printing them. An example is the daily order paper, which is posted on the website and sent via email and WhatsApp to stakeholders, including government departments and parliamentary staff. 3. The Zambian Parliament works in partnership with Zambezi Paper Mills, a private company, to collect waste paper for recycling. 4. The institution has a policy of encouraging staff to ensure lights are off whenever they step out of rooms as an energy-saving measure. And 5. In 2014, in collaboration with the country's main power utility, a mini solar plant was installed at the institution as an alternative source of power. As we commemorate this day, honorable members, let us join hands as parliamentarians and save our planet. I thank you.
Okay, my name is Chipoka Mlenga. I'm member of parliament for Chingola constituency under the United Party for National Development. I am currently working as Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. President Hakainde Hichilema was gracious enough to give me the opportunity to serve the Zambian people as Minister in Commerce, Trade and Industry. And under his leadership and mentorship, I am learning quite a lot of things to serve the Zambian people to the best of my ability within the given time and the given resources. I have been married for the past 16 years to a young lady that I met at university, at the Commonwealth University, Likonge Makai. She is an electrical engineer. She's been a very, very good source of encouragement to myself in many, many other spheres and aspects of life. Together, God has blessed us with twins, a boy and a girl, and they are 14 years old. And I am born from Mr. and Mrs. Mlenga. My father is Aston Chilufya Mlenga, my mother is Monica Mlenga, and from 7 children, I'm the 5th, 2 girls and 5 boys, of which I'm the 5th one. Before joining politics, I worked in my private life. When I just graduated from university, I joined the local government, Mufulira Municipal Council, where I worked as a management trainee, or should I say an intern, for some time, barely 3-4 months, before I joined Konkola Copper Mines from 2006 until 2021, when I left the mine industry. And I worked in the mining industry, serving many different portfolios, until such a time when my affiliation into politics, you know how the past government was quite oppressive and very vengeful in many different ways to people that were perceived to be against them. And indeed, I spoke so much loudly against the tyranny rule of the past government, the injustices that we saw, the uneven distribution of wealth among the general public, among many other things. So deliberately, after being incited by some non-members of parliament then, 12 of them, I was declared redundant. Graciously, gladly, I left. I walked away in 2021, and I will be very clear and glad that through my media engagements on radio and TV, President Hakainde Hichilema identified me. And then I was given a chance to contest the seat under the UPND because I was coming in from the alliance to work together, and that is a decision I have never regretted. Well, my constituency is a very cosmopolitan constituency in terms of creed, ethnicity and religion. You know, it has got rural communities, it has got peri-urban, and it has got urban communities. It is the biggest in population constituency on the Copper Belt. It has got a registered number of almost 100,000 people. This is in the 90,000, almost 100,000 registered number of voters, and I'm very optimistic that in the coming elections it will be even more. So this is an election that you really have to pay particular attention to the needs of the people, because the needs that are in a certain ward are different from the needs in a different one. So you have to pay particular attention to the needs of each constituent ward and give development based on their customized needs. And it has been made easy to provide this development by the enhanced CDF by the President that he has given us, which is being released on a timely basis. I can assure you that I've got 18 wards in my constituency, and in these wards, the needs in Chingola Central are different from the needs in Ipafu, Mudenda, Chabanyama, and other places. So others are asking for boreholes to get decent water facilities. Others are asking for markets as trading places, and we are giving them. Others are asking for crossing points in terms of bridges. Others are asking for road networks. But within the resources we have and the time frame we have, we are able now to provide these facilities. Obviously, as resources are coming on board within the given year that we are doing, but definitely we are reaching out. So it's an amazing one. And one thing that I can tell you about my constituency is there's got more of women and youth. So our youths are very dynamic in their needs. So this is something that, as Member of Parliament, it's not also just as easy as it may be perceived, because the needs of the youth are different, and they change given time that evolves as every day passes. So I also have to pay particular attention to their needs and see how we don't leave them behind. In the past, youths could just be called cadres, but I'm very happy that we cadres now are not just seen as cadres. Because of the enhanced CDF and how the financing system has come in this country, we the cadres are part of the value chain in development. We are given opportunities not only to line the streets and wait for members of parliament to give us squatches and coins. We are beginning to participate in the project that CDF is providing, but contribute and also be engaged in educational facilities like the grants that are being given for training plumbers, teachers, and many other people. So I'm very excited that as dynamic as it may be, as cosmopolitan as it may be, it has given me an opportunity to understand people in depth and learn management skills. But definitely a lot of insight is coming in, even from the President himself, and I engage a lot the Provincial Minister, Honorable Matambo, who has spent a lot of time in many different places, and we talk a lot and learning from one another, and he's been very supportive. We have to believe in the system, and collectively as a team we will achieve. We have to understand that we used to struggle in the past. Just to get water to run from a borehole that was sunk by government at Chwempala was something that was never heard of. Today we have done it. We are talking about Munsenga, which had a health facility which was running from 7 o'clock to 14 hours. Now with enhanced CDF, we're putting up a mortuary and a maternity wing facility where our women can receive decent health maternity facilities, among many other things. So all I can tell the people of my constituency is let's keep engaging. Even from the criticism that is coming on board, we are drawing lessons, and collectively we will do something that will change our living standards. Look at Fipuya Bridge. It is always a river when it rains, and people cannot cross to the other side. Others who have to, our women have to undress, our young boys have to be swept away just to move into those facilities. But we are going to put up a state-of-the-art bridge where two cars can cross past each other. Trucks that are carrying food and farming input can cross. We are going to do this together, and we are not going to leave anyone behind. So my message to the people of Chingola constituency, starting from Munsenga all the way to Impala up to Mudenda, we will march together, we will do and implement our projects together. I am very excited that when we look at our councillors, they are coming on together and we decide which projects we are going to do in each ward and how we are going to implement it. Thanks even to the commitment from the town clerk. And her directors, they are very much equal to the task, getting development to the people as and when the development has to be provided. So I would just want to offer my support to the council, to the mayor and his team, and ultimately the people that gave us the mandate to serve them. So collectively, the UPND is going to deliver in Chingola constituency and beyond many other places that we are residing in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for still staying with us on Parliament Television. The House is still on the 20 minutes health break, and shortly business resumes. And at the time business was suspended, the Minister of Health was about to make a clarification whether government is aware that the National Health Insurance Management Authority has been paying a maximum of 1,500 kwacha towards cancer treatment for each patient, therefore making many patients unable to afford the cost of treatment.
Exactly, President. We must make mention that this matter arose from question for oral answer, understanding order 76 that was raised yesterday. That's question number 319 by Mr. Yotam Tayachala, who is Chairman North Member of Parliament. and the question was posed to the Minister of Health. So today she will be giving a statement to clarify on the issue.
We still have two motions to be considered on the floor of the House. The first one will come from Mr. Luwosha, who is chairperson of the Committee on Cabinet Affairs, urging the House to adopt a report of the Committee on Cabinet Affairs on the implementation of the National Monitoring and Evaluation Policy in Zambia for the second session of the 13th National Assembly. The document was laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 27th June 2023.
And the other report will be moved by Brigadier General Morgan Stwala, retired. He's Kauma Member of Parliament, and is also the chairperson of the Committee on National Security and Foreign Affairs. And we take it to the floor of the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Still staying with us, bells are ringing, which means that the quorum is not yet constituted. It is a requirement that 1/3 of the total number of members of parliament be present for any business to be considered on the floor of the House. At the time business was interrupted for the 20 minutes health break, the House, the Minister of Health was about to make a clarification, and this clarification is emanating from a directive that Madam Speaker made to clarify whether government is aware that the National Health Insurance Management Authority currently pays a maximum of 1,500 kwacha towards cancer treatment for each patient, thereby making it many patients unable to afford the cost of treatment.
Exactly, it was sent, and we do expect the Minister to give this statement and give the clarification.
We still have about 5 questions for oral answer. Understanding Order 74. These are ordinary questions to be considered on the floor of the House. And 2 bills, the National Prosecution Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023, coming up at second reading. The Human Rights Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, coming up at second stage as well.
Exactly, awesome. And then we can also take a look at some of the questions that we do expect. We do expect question for oral answer, understanding Order 74. Question 324 to come from Mr. Chinga Muyutu, who is Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, and is expected to ask the Vice President how many teachers and health workers retired from the government service between 2011 and 2021. How many had not been paid the following entitlements as of August 2022? Leave benefits and repatriation allowance. How many money was owed to the
When
retirees?
business was suspended, the House was considering the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Health, and the Honorable Minister was just about to start rendering the ministerial statement. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the House may wish to recall that yesterday on the 29th of June, 2023, during the question for oral answer segment, you directed that we make a follow-up on whether government is aware that NEMA currently pays a maximum of 1,500 kwacha towards cancer treatment for each patient. And I was directed that I come with information to update the House on this issue. Mr. Speaker, the position of government has not changed. The House may wish to note that indeed there is no limit to the treatment of cancer patients, as this is dependent on their condition. Therefore, it is not correct that the maximum payment is 1,500 kwacha towards cancer treatment for each patient. Mr. Speaker, the information on the tariffs is pre-agreed with healthcare providers. It is the intention of NEMA that these services are accessed at the hospital. However, when and if a prescription is given, there is a protocol in place that allows the member to collect from a pharmacy. There are 649 drugs for oncology treatments which are on the benefit package and are billed to NEMA at the agreed tariff by the healthcare provider. There is no limit imposed on the patient, as this is dependent on the condition of the patient. NEMA covers various stages in the treatment of a cancer patient. Like I indicated, there is the issues of diagnostics, treatment, and treatment costs. On diagnostics, for cervical cancer, prostate cancer, breast cancer, and biopsy for other types of cancer. On treatment, there are 507 treatment plans for anti-cancer drugs which were approved during Q1 2023. On treatment costs, a volume of 649 drugs on several oncology treatment plans for NEMA-insured patients were authorized at a cost of 4,998,167 in May alone of 2023. The treatment plans ranged from 1 month minimum to 6 months maximum. On diagnosis, NEMA covers the cost of radiology and laboratory diagnostic modalities, as well as specialist consultation fees. For example, if it is a CT scan, it will be 2 million, and that is a CT scan without contrast. If it's a CT scan per region with contrast, it's 2.5 million. An MRI per region without contrast will be 1.8 million. MRI per region with contrast will be 3.125, not million, thousand kwacha. Even the earlier one was 1,800 kwacha, and the next one 3,125,000 kwacha. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have various categories of treatment and how much they are costing, from 2,500 kwacha to 5,975 kwacha. These are different payments that NEMA makes around different treatments towards cancer patients. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not go in the details of the different tariffs that they pay for each of the treatment, whether it's in terms of injection, given whether it's tablets, and so on and so forth. I'll just lay this report on the table of the House so that members of Parliament can access this and the public will be able to access once this has been adopted. Further, Mr. Speaker, NEMA covers the cost of hospital admission and related inpatient costs. The scheme covers more than 170 inpatient conditions like communicable and non-communicable diseases, internal medicine, reproductive and maternal health, pediatrics, eye, vision care, dental services, ear, nose and throat, mental health, minor surgery and major surgeries. It also covers for accommodation as below. Again, for Class B, we have Class B accommodation per day, which is 350. Class A will be 650. And then you have Class A level 2 and 3. That is if you are going to be in the ICU, which is all-inclusive. Fee per day is 3,000 kwacha. Under rehabilitation, NEMA covers costs of rehabilitation, including various forms of physiotherapy. Further, NEMA covers orthotics and prosthetics. These would be like general exercise for different classes, ranging from 200,000 for different pre, postnatal, 200 kwacha, pre and post-operative, 200 kwacha for class C, 200 kwacha for class 1, 200 kwacha for class, for level 2 and level 3. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'll not go into the details of the various descriptive treatments, under rehabilitation that NEMA covers costs towards. Under hospice care, NEMA covers the cost of hospice care up to 90 days as enshrined in a statutory instrument of 2019, number 63. And 90 days would be the maximum duration of the insured hospice care in a calendar year. Lastly, under palliative care or terminal care, all inclusive of accommodation and management, NEMA would be paying 78 kwacha 40 ngwe per day, but obviously maximum 90 days. In summary, as has been explained, you will note that there will be no limit to the treatment of a cancer patient, as this is simply dependent on the various conditions of each patient. Now, it is possible, Mr. Speaker, that when patients go to these pharmacies, maybe there's a different story that is taking place there. And all I can say, if that be the case, then this must be reported to NEMA or to the Ministry of Health so that appropriate action is taken against those pharmacies, be they private or public, that may be doing something else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I lie this report on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I must mention that this point of clarity came about because the Minister was in trade yesterday, so I will just allow one question from the Honorable Member for Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that clarification. At least I'm happy that you are saying that if these pharmacies are doing that, then they must report to NEMA and also the ministry. But the fact of the matter, Honorable Minister, is that those NEMA accredited pharmacies, when those patients go there, they want to get that medication for chemo drug, they have a ceiling of 1,500. Unless, if you want superior drug, you have to top up for you to get maybe for 4,500. I think that has been the concern of the members of the general public. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are many times that government comes up with a particular policy, but you find that when you go on the ground at times, we hear all these different explanations. And I think that it's just in order for the MPs to help government by getting this information and bringing it to our attention so that indeed, if there's something happening on the ground, then appropriate action can be taken against those that may be doing something that is not correct. But what it is what I've laid on the table, and I'd like to invite members of Parliament to take hold of that information and share it with their offices so that the district health directors can communicate to the appropriate pharmacies. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Sulawesi East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, one of the things that arise from your ministerial statement is the various categories of cancer and their prevalences. I want to find out for prostate cancer, does the ministry have any programs like the way we see for cervical cancer screening. As champions for reproductive health, it is important that we know the programs that the ministry has for prostate cancer, because it is one of the cancers that is quite common in men. What programs do we have? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. The Minister of Health, working through different departments of government, has some kind of programs relating mainly to doing with raising awareness of these different cancers, including prostate cancer. And we've had in the past some very good champions that always came, for example, on the radio to sensitize the public on some of the different forms of cancer. And I think at the moment, we are doing better as a country in terms of sensitization, because in the past they would say that somebody has been bewitched, but now people have appreciated that there's no bewitching. The only bewitching is that sometimes you as an individual, you are not taking care of yourself, or some of these are inheritary, or, you know. And so all I can say is that as a ministry, we do have several programs on the subject of cancer around sensitization. But obviously, as the questionnaire has indicated, you will find that a cancer like cervical cancer is receiving more attention than prostate cancer. Again, it may be because cervical cancer is much more pronounced among the women, and that is why it may look like it has more attention. But all I can say is that we are doing everything possible to ensure that we have different programs or activities that will help us, not just in the preventive of these cancers, but also in the treatment and also around issues of care. Thank you.
The Honorable Member from Bambashe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, thank you for the statement. I want to know, is it government position so that patients, even at Cancer Disease Hospital in Lusaka, will know that when they go there and they are told, no, the maximum the NEMA would contribute is 1,500, the rest you pay. Now you are telling the nation and the patients out there that no, that position is not government position and patients must not be subscribed to that. Can you confirm, Minister? Thank you.
But I heard the minister respond to this earlier. But why should we be repetitive? She already, maybe the minister can shed light, but I already heard her say that already.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable. I think the answer is simply that 1,500 is not the maximum amount, and that everything depends on the type of treatment for each individual patient. So the amounts will be varied. If it's about, you know, what you call palliative care, you can only be in the hospital for 90 days, which means that's different. And 90 days, we've given you the cost per day, 78. If it is just drugs or injections, the figure, some of them are below 1,500 kwacha. Some will be above that. And NEMA has specifically said it is not correct. And if it is happening in the pharmacies, they've said report the matter so that the matter can be dealt accordingly. Thank you.
You've heard now. No, she's very categorical. It's dependent on, it's a case to case. The others that have just been diagnosed at the first stage, the case will be different. Those ones that have been with the disease for some time or dependent on the disease, the type of cancer, it will be different. That's what she said in the ministerial statement. So when the minister is making government position, let's be very attentive. Next, the Honorable Member for Kawe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity to ask a follow-up question. Minister, thank you for your ministerial statement. From yesterday and today, we have heard that cervical cancer is the highest type of cancer that affects many women and even causing death. Now, from I think the knowledge that we have, we all know that cervical cancer is transmitted through sexual relations, sexual intercourse between a man and a woman, and it is transmitted by men. And yet, yes. Allow me to elaborate. I think the doctors understand this. Yes.
Honorable Member, just ask your question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. So there is a robust sensitization for women to go for testing just after 3 months, and yet there's nothing that is compelling men to go for testing so that they participate in the prevention. Honorable Minister, any program that will make sure that men can come on board to participate in the prevention of transmission of cervical cancer? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a very important factual question. It is important, obviously, that our male folks do participate in these programs, considering that, obviously, some cases, they cause it. Not always, of course, and not only that, I think that good partnerships, either family or non-family, is always helpful in issues of health care. But what I can say is that we have a program for male circumcision, which has become very successful. I think Zambia is one of the countries that has done well in this exercise of male circumcision. In the past decade now, I can confirm that our men have responded very well to that program. So maybe just to use this opportunity to encourage our men, especially parliamentarians. We need to be leading by example so that our followers, our families, our children can also follow suit, because male circumcision does really help to prevent the male from passing any of these sexually transmitted diseases or from contracting from the partner. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's make progress. By prior arrangement, on the questions for oral answers under Standing Order 74, we'll start with question 327. Question 327. The Honorable Member for Kanchibia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 327.
The Acting Minister of Infrastructure and Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Chanda for Kanchibia asks the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing and Urban Development, A, whether the government has any plans to rehabilitate the Mpika-Kasama Road, B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and C, what the time frame for the completion of the project is. Our response is as follows, Mr. Speaker. A, the government will consider plans to rehabilitate the Mpika-Kasama Road once Treasury Resources secures the required funds. B, the plans will be undertaken when the government mobilizes resources for the project and the contractor is procured. And C, the time frame for the project will only be known when the contractor for the work is procured. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member from Mbabala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. My question was on the previous.
There's a point of order on who?
No, it's not a point of order. I had indicated to ask the Health Minister.
He says that there's a point of order.
Oh.
Sorry to disturb the House, but Mr. Speaker, where I'm seated here, I have an order paper. And according to the rules of this House, we deliberate according to the order of the day. With me, I can see that on the order paper there are questions starting from 324, 325, 326. But what I've seen is that we have skipped all these questions and we've gone straight to question 327. And I know that the order paper of this House, Mr. Speaker, is usually circulated on our website, and the people out there are following. And I'm sure the people in Kalabo would want to know what has happened to them, also in Chinsali. So, Mr. Speaker, is the whip and the leader of government business in order to allow us to continue with the proceedings of the House in the manner that we are doing? I seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That's a very good observation. But the same standing orders that you have in your hand says that the Speaker shall regulate the business of the House. So the authority of the Chair supersedes all the House procedures. As such, I think you've got standing orders in your hands. You can try to look at standing orders. You try to peruse 55. 55, 1. It will tell you that one of the functions that I do when I'm in this chair is to regulate the business of the House. Let's make progress. Let's make progress. Honorable Member, let's make progress. The Honorable Member from Mbabala, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question was actually during the question time for Honorable Minister of Health. I wanted to ask on orthodontics and optotics.
All right, okay. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking at the road in question from Mpika to Kasama, it's a very busy road, Minister. It's a road which is able to finance itself. And if you look at the derailment in commerce happening in this road and the damages to a number of fleets of trucks happening in this road, you realize that it will be good for us to engage our partners to do a PP. Now, are you in a position, Minister, to see to it that some of the bottlenecks in the PP arrangement, because I know you may wish also for this road to be done as soon as possible. Do you have any plan, does government have any plan to see to it that roads which are commercial viable, like the Mpika Kasama road, we engage our partners, then remove the bottlenecks which are there, because I know you want to do it, but the bottlenecks which are in this process is too much. Are you willing to do that so that we can have the road done as soon as we can? Thank you.
The Acting Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I agree with you. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chama North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that response. Minister, this particular road is a very, very critical trade route, because actually it diverts traffic. When traffic is coming from East Africa, because of the poor state of the Selenge Chinsari road. So usually vehicles from East Africa, they pass through that particular road. Is the government intending to undertake emergency works, especially between Kasongo and Chief Mpepo's Palace, because that's where the road is extremely very, very bad? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister, Acting Minister of Infrastructure.
Yes, as an intermediate measure to ensure the road remains motorable, the government, through the Road Development Agency, is undertaking pothole patching works using force accounts. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's make progress. Question 227. The Honourable Member for Kalabo. It's your question. Huh? Okay. Okay. 227.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, I think I've been put in an awkward position.
You've withdrawn the question?
What I know is 324.
Oh, so it's 324.
So the procedure is what has been objected to. So what could I do? If the House has objected to that procedure, I have no power. There's nothing I can do right now. Because what should have been done was objected to.
Huh?
Okay, for the sake of unity and the peace, give me that slip. So, Mr. Speaker, for the sake of peace and unity, and the love of this House, I would request to withdraw the question number 2324 in accordance with Standing Order 79-2.
Okay. All right, that's a good thing to do. The next question. Question 325.
Question 325.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Mukosa of Chinsali asked the following questions. What was the import cover in the following, as of the following dates? A, December 2021, B, August 2022. The response: Mr. Speaker, the House may wish to note that the import cover, which measures the number of months of imports that can be covered with financial assets denominated in foreign currency that are managed by the Bank of Zambia, has been above the target of at least 3 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, the gross international reserves as at end December 2021 amounted to $2.8 billion, which was equivalent to 4.2 months of import cover. This was mainly attributed to receipts of Zambia's allocation of $1.3 billion in special drawing rights. Mr. Speaker, as at end of August 2022, gross international reserves were $3 billion. $3 billion, equivalent to 3.5 months of import cover. This is above the macroeconomic target of at least 3 months of import cover for 2022, as outlined in the 2022 national budget. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Member for Kankoyo.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, allow me to congratulate the Minister of Finance, the Cabinet and the President for having clinched the debt restructuring program, which was a time bomb hovering on our shoulders. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister of Finance, when the UPND government took over a government, we only had below $1 million of import cover. How did we manage to grow the funds from 900 million to 2.8 within 4 months? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, as a result of the trust established by the government, there was that allocation, which was a grant, never to be paid back, of $1.3 billion worth in special drawing rights. And thereafter, Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Zambia has been slowly buying foreign currency to augment the reserves that were in the position. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add that the issue of coming to terms with creditors, those that we owe money, so that we do not pay with the agreement, we do not pay because our money or reserves was very limited, and because they could see that the government was making concerted efforts to reform the economy, they were in agreement with that, because without the debt restructuring or cooperation with the creditors, all the reserves that we had would easily have disappeared in debt servicing. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Next question, the Honorable Member for Katombola.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, the people for the opportunity given to the people of Katombola constituency. We wish to ask question number 326, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable wants to know whether the government has any plans to construct mini hospitals in the following areas of Katombola parliamentary constituency. 1, Ombwe, 2, Nkwezi, Nkwazi, Onkwezi, 3, Mukuni, 4, Kawi, 5, Sikaunzwe, and 6, Musokotwani. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. C, what the cost of the project is. And D, if there are no such plans, why? Mr. Speaker, before I respond to this question, I want to just seek your indulgence that members of parliament should stop asking questions relating to mini hospitals, because there's no mini hospitals. I did clarify that. So the next time I have another question with a question whether when I'm constructing a mini hospital, I'll just say no and sit down. I did inform you. So this is the last time. So they are odd questions. Okay. Anyway, I thought so. That's why I'm answering. Response. Mr. Speaker, government has no immediate plans to construct hospitals in the following areas as indicated in the question. B, Mr. Speaker, as stated earlier, government has no immediate plans in the stated areas in Katombola parliamentary constituency. Therefore, part B and C of the question falls off. Mr. Speaker, the House may wish to note that government through the Ministry of Health has reclassified the health service delivery structures, and we no longer have this classification. And instead, the health service delivery structures are as follows: health posts, health centers, urban and rural, which will now all have maternity annexes. Then we have the first level hospital, known as district hospital. Then we have second level hospital, known as general hospital. Third level hospital, which is a teaching hospital. And the last level is fourth level hospital, which is a specialized hospital. The House may wish to note that construction of the above health service delivery structures is dependent, among others, on the catchment population, distance, and other epidemiological considerations. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Katanshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to find out from the Honorable Minister, considering the fact that you constantly receive questions relating to members of parliament asking when you are constructing health centers and all those that you have highlighted. Has your ministry got, has it done a needs assessment in all the constituencies so that we're able to have an idea in as far as when any health facility might be considered, but just for planning purposes? Like if you look at my district, Muflira, do you have under your ministry a plan to say there should be 10 health facilities or 20 health facilities and so on? I just wanted to find out that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a very important question, follow-up question. Indeed, we currently do not have one, but we are in the process, and we are hoping that before maybe the shortest possible time, without me giving a government assurance, but it is my hope that in the next month or so, or even less, that this kind of information will be available. It is our intention as government that that kind of information is available and brought to the House in form of a ministerial statement, so that members of Parliament will be fully aware of what government intends to do in the mid-term period, that is 2024 to 2026. Suffice to say that members must also take into account the current policy of government on decentralization, the instructions of government through the Ministry of Local Authorities, Local Government and Rural Development, to the effect that primary health care will or has begun to be devolved to local authorities, and going forward, local authorities, and which hopefully by then members of Parliament will begin to plan for their districts in accordance with their needs in terms of health posts and health centers. So all these issues need to be synchronized so that there's no duplication, and also so that in terms of policy and guidelines from the center, that is from the ministry, the local authorities and indeed the communities on the ground will be able to know what to do and how to do it. In terms of the standard of a health post, the standard and drawings for a health center, so that there's uniformity, and also so that we don't have a situation where all at one time members of Parliament in their various constituencies spend all their money on constructing health posts or health centers, and at the end of it all, they remain white elephant. So all these issues really need to be synchronized, and so that's why I said your question is very appropriate and timely. But just to assure you that we are taking all these issues into account, and I'll shortly be coming here to give you our position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kalabo Central. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for clarity, Mr. Speaker, the need for these, in brackets, mini hospitals, which the current government is not appreciating, will be, okay, the minister will say she will not be attending to those questions, but is it not a sign that people are in need of expertise, the skill of the doctor? Honorable Minister, imagine a distance of 90 kilometers from Nguma to the Boma, where the doctor only prevails, and no ambulance. Wouldn't this be a needful activity to reduce the distance of the community to where the doctor is? Is it not a way of cutting the story short, making the distance short? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable, for your follow-up question, which question obviously I see that you need to be helped to understand, as you've rightly said. First of all, Mr. Speaker, is to say that this administration does appreciate mini hospitals. So it is not correct to say that we do not appreciate many hospitals. It is also correct to say that any structure of health that is constructed either by government, the private sector, or indeed now the local authorities through CDF would definitely be a plus. I think what we have stated is simply a matter of classification, because it is important, if you are doing things in an orderly manner, that whatever you do must make sense. So, if I'm to answer your question, even the question whether it does not make sense to bring services as close to the people as possible, the answer is yes. It is desirable. But you know for a fact that the numbers of specialized treatment or doctors in this country still remains below the required international ratio. But we have to do with what numbers we have. And so, in the spirit of accessibility, in the spirit of quality healthcare, and indeed equality, it means you, the person offering these services, must be orderly, must know what you are doing. If you look at the question, Mr. Speaker, which was asked by the other speaker, the other member of parliament from the, I think, Honorable Mumba, that is exactly what we should be doing. We should be able to understand, looking at the whole country, looking at factors of population, needs, disease burden, where do we need a health post? Where do we need a rural health center or urban health center? Where do we need a district hospital? It is not just to litter around facilities without taking into account the real needs, the availability of human resource. Otherwise, you end up with structures throughout the country which are not opened. So, to answer, yes, we need doctors as close to the people as possible. And it is our intention, when we bring our paper here to explain our plan for implementation, maybe at that time, the Honorable Member will be able to appreciate. So, Mr. Speaker, the answer is simply that we want to be orderly. We want to make sense so that we have less questions on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a constituency base, so I'll allow the Honorable Member for Katombola to ask the last question.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask the Honorable Minister of Health to emulate the humility of other senior ministers here, like her, like the Vice President. I don't like her approach or her attitude, and I must make this very clear, because us, we don't work for Minister of Health, so she should understand the perspective in which we ask.
Honorable Member, may you take your seat? Yourself is the one that is not trying to be humble, Honorable Member for Katombola. Why don't you just ask a question as you were asked? If there's cause to settle, she's your sister, you can still talk to her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think why I'm appearing to lose myself, Mr. Speaker, is a point of the difficulties. When we ask these questions, it means there's a need. From in Katombola constituency, as I'm speaking, Mr. Speaker, today, if you died in Katombola constituency, you have to be buried the same day, because there's no mortuary. 5 chiefdoms. So when we come to this place to raise these questions, they are very serious questions. To move from Wombwe to the nearest hospital, which is Kazungura, that's 286 kilometers, and Mulowezi train is suspended. The dead body can't be moved. So when we bring these questions, Mr. Speaker, these are very serious questions, and I want the Minister of Health to take these questions that we bring seriously, not to say I will not answer. This is a government question, not to an individual, but to a minister of government. So I want her to understand that particular perspective.
Honorable
And
member.
the follow-up question is that, the follow-up question, Mr. Speaker, that I put to the Minister of Health is that I have close to 176,000 people under the census now that we have. And the distance between Momba, Chiefdom, and the nearest hospital, which is Kazungura Central, which does not have a mortuary or anything, is 426 kilometers. So can she tell me now to say that if there are no intentions of putting a facility like that, which has a mortuary or other facilities we have upgraded, what will be the way forward for my people? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And honorable members, let's avoid being confrontational with ministers. I'm sure if there was something that you needed more clarity, our office is open. You can still go there. If certain answers haven't been given to you to your satisfaction, you can always visit her. Oftentimes, answers of ministers are based on the resource envelope that is constrained. And you, of all the people who is from the right side, should be able to understand that this country is debt-burdened. Let's make progress. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable, for a follow-up question. The answer remains, we have no plans. Thank you.
Let's make progress. Next question. Question number, should I say the one that is representing the Member of Parliament for Chinsali? There's prior notice, the Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 328. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Honorable colleague, asking on behalf of Mr. Kalalwe Mukosa, the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development at A, what the contract sum for rehabilitating of the Kasochunga Buinabo Kalera Road in Chinsali parliamentary constituency is, how much money had been paid to the contractor as of August 2022, at C, what the cost of the works done as at August 2022 was, and finally at D, what the project, when the project will be completed. Our response, Mr. Speaker, to this question is that the contract sum of the rehabilitation of the Kasochunga Buinambo Kalera Road was 79,712,358 kwachas only. At B, the amount that was paid to the contractor as of August 2022 was 9.6,447,147.25 ngwe. At C, the cost of works done by this contractor as of the same month, August 2022, was approximately 10.7 million kwacha. At C, the contract has since expired due to financial constraints, and therefore the completion date will only be known once the contract has been put back into place, and also subject to funds being available, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Nyimba, you've got a question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I understand we have problems across this country, and a good number of contracts there have expired. Now, looking at the importance of this road, and I have already spent about 9 million kwacha on this road, don't you think it would be prudent for us to move quickly and see to it that the road is done, because we've already, because what will happen is that the 9 million you've spent on this road will just go to waste. And looking at the amount you've mentioned is too much. Have you engaged other people to do an audit so that we can send back the contract on this road? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, honorable colleague. The idea of moving quickly on any contract is our state of mind. And however, in answering your question, honorable colleague, I would like to put it to you this way, that if you are driving a car and your fuel gauge is showing you quarter tank, and you are driving 500 kilometers away, no matter what speed you apply to the car, there will come a time when the red light will come on and the car will stop. This is what I explained when I said the contract expired due to financial constraints. I was just putting it in simpler terms. We have attached great importance to these connectivity roads, especially in our rural areas. And this is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, the President, in his wisdom, decided to reprofile the ministry that I'm responsible for, the one that I'm very privileged to run, to include rural development. It was in recognition of the fact that the development agenda seemed to be favoring only urban areas. Under the Constituency Development Fund, we have encouraged members of parliament to buy road fixing equipment, grader, water bowser, roller compactor, front-end loader, tippers. The amount of work that can be done from this contract sum of 79 million that I've just explained today through the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, can buy a set of about 5 of those equipments. 5. Meaning 5 graders, 5 roller compactors, 5 water bowsers. And so it is only prudent that the MP for Chinsali encourages the people there through the WDCs to minute for the requirement of acquisition of those equipment, which equipment have a lifespan of more than 30 years in most cases, will be good together. Under the current or the immediate past arrangement, where money was being looted in the guise of contracts for roads, we found that to be unsustainable, unworkable, and absurd, to say the least, because you couldn't put money of such colossal amounts into only doing 10 kilometers of road after you've spent 10 million kwachas. So please understand that while I encourage colleagues to ask these questions, this now seems to be like a broken record, Mr. Speaker, because from time to time, these questions pop up from one constituency or another, and they should expect exactly the same answer. Probably the English may be different, because today I decided to illustrate through a motor vehicle and a quarter tank. Yes. We are not going back to those contracts, to put it clearly. And those contractors must find other clients, not this government. They must look for other clients, maybe in another country, to go and do this kind of exorbitant, non-economic way of enriching a handful of people. We are encouraging them to buy graders, roller compactors, and work on these roads perennially. Yes. And the only cost that will be there will be the cost of service of the equipment, the cost of fuel, and we will all be laughing. We'll be good together. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kankoyo.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister of Local Government whether, following the successful restructuring of Zambia's debt, which has given us some breathing space to allocate resources to need area, are we likely to get a bit of funding towards the rural roads so that we can start planning for 2024? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I heard you say that the rural roads, but the minister just explained that you need to get equipment. Now you should go back. Let's make progress. The Honorable Member for Pemba.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, you indicated that most of those contracts whose contract were terminated, you will not go back to those contractors. Now, my question is, what is the position of the government, especially on the advance payment that was made to the contractor, which I believe most of them has not been recovered? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government.
Thank you very much, colleague, for that question. And the answer to your question is that this contract type presented a huge complication for the ministry that I run, in the sense that the ministry is obliged to pay for all the interim payment certificates that were generated by the local councils, who were the authorizing officers through the provincial roads engineer, and we will try by all means to honor them. And I want you to understand, honorable colleague and friend from Pemba, that because of the nature of these roads and because of also the unstable rainfall pattern, which sometimes is overbearing, they wash away from time to time, which makes it extremely difficult to even verify those interim payment certificates. So there will be two scenarios here. That we will look at those who got advance payments against the interim payment certificates that were issued, and should there be any balance of undone work, government, just as it is in the case of done work, will claim from those particular companies. It's a bit of a complex matter, I must confess, because the whole spectrum of these contracts was laced with a lot of informalities, right from the point of award of these contracts. In many cases, they were sharing these contracts even away from the office. They would just sit and say, left wire road, and left wire road. And that's how come, meaning, do you want a road? Yes, I want a road. And this is,
now, Honorable
Minister,
we did hear the language you used. Translate what you said.
I just did, sir, that do you want a road? And Ulefwaya road contract means, do you want a road contract? And this is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, you found that certain citizens would enjoy up to 5 contracts, in certain cases using different names, in other cases one name with more than 6 contracts in several locations. Is because it was like inbreeding. It was a matter that was exclusive for the chosen few, members of PF mostly. And I'm saying this without fear of any contradiction, that some of them are here in this house who enjoyed these contracts. And so it must be understood that even as questions are coming, you must know that they may be coming from a point of interest. And I mean an interested party. To the extent that they can even stand on the floor of this house and tell me how excellent some of these companies are. And yet they've never worked for the ministry that I'm privileged to run today. It shows you that they know each other. They are fellows. They are bedfellows. They understand each other, same WhatsApp group. They are now at loss because they will not be paid for work which they did not do. They will only be paid for work that they did. And in the case, you can see them from their fruits and their reactions.
There's a point of
because
order.
the guilty are afraid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. This one to Standing Order number 65. Mr. Speaker, in terms of relevance, there's a clear question put before the minister. The only thing, if he has no answers, he must state, we are surprised. Is it in order to start politicking when the nation is looking forward to his direction, to his country, regarding the many problems? The UPND government was put in office in order to address these problems, and not to talk about the past, which is only him perceives. I'm most obliged.
You know, the minister, if I heard him correctly, he was responding to a question, how government will be able to recover the advance payment that was given to contractors now that their contracts were terminated. So necessarily the minister had to make his point known, the circumstances that led to those contracts being terminated, and eventually how government will be able to recover the money. It became a people's issue. People wanted to hear. I guess more people were interested. So the minister was just trying to put across a situation, how government would recover the money that is purported to have been lost into these contracts that were cancelled. Honorable Minister, you are finished? We make progress?
I'm about to finish, Mr. Speaker. I'm just about to finish, and relating to these questions that I'm encouraging members to continue to ask happened in the past. So I could never answer a question of a matter that happened in the past using the future. I will have to refer to the past. And maybe to take advantage of this and let it not be coming across as a threat. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the way these contracts were framed, I would give a friendly encouragement to our friends to have some certain possession of social shame. Because now it's clear they are taking the kindness of the government as a weakness. It should never be misunderstood that it is a weakness. And I have said on the floor of this House that a contract is bilateral or multilateral, and where terms of a contract are abrogated, the aggrieved must approach the court. I have said that because a court of competent jurisdiction is where issues are settled. I'm still encouraging that those of your friends who are aggrieved, instead of sending you here to ask questions for answers that you know will be the same, just tell them to go to court and they'll meet this face here and more will come out, more. And I hope they hire you as a lawyer yourself who has been sent to make these points of orders asking me to be relevant, so that you can get a fair share of embarrassment and how money was being looted by your party and your government at the time. And so we must possess some social shame attribute even as we try to represent our people. Things went wrong in the past, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, there's a point of order.
I'm about to finish.
Pursuant to 65 in its entirety. Minister, there is no need to be confrontational. We need to work in unison. I will tell you to keep quiet again. Are you a presiding officer?
Honorable Member for Kankoyo. What do you mean by that?
Familiarity brings contempt. The point of order is on the Minister of Home Affairs, local government. There is no need to be confrontational and political at any given time. The question was very simple. How are you going to recover the down payments? That was the question. Is the minister in order to go around waffling and politicking instead of just answering the question?
Honorable member, now, let's also mind how we address ourselves. Words like waffling, unnecessarily, you don't need to use such words. No. I think withdraw that word and replace it with an appropriate word.
I withdraw waffling and replace with fishing.
Anyway, you've already debated your point of order. May the Honorable Minister.
I was just about to conclude. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, I would like to use an English adage that goes, water finds its own level. Water finds its own level. Yes. I encourage the members of Parliament to develop their constituencies using the money that President Hakainde Hichilema has provided through the broadened Constituent Development Fund by extent and also by size. Yeah. We then shall be good together. And I am one member of Parliament who does not have any feelings about what I'm called, waffler or anything. I'm good to go. But the whole point is that we must educate ourselves that water finds its own level.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's make progress. Notice of motion. The Honourable Member for Chipangali.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Cabinet Affairs on the implementation of the National Monitoring and Evaluation Policy in Zambia for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on 27th June 2023.
Is the motion seconded?
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Seconded by the Honourable Member for Kawe Central. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Cabinet Affairs on the implementation of the National Monitoring and Evaluation Policy in Zambia for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 27th June 2023. Any debate? The Honourable Member for Chipangali.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Sir, in accordance with its terms of reference as provided for in the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders of 2021, the committee undertook a study on the implementation of the National Monitoring and Evaluation Policy in Zambia. Mr. Speaker, the objective of the committee's studies were, among others, to ascertain the sufficiency of the National Monitoring and Evaluation Policy objectives with regards to strengthening institutional monitoring and evaluation structures, capacity development and accountability, and to understand the challenges faced at national, provincial, district, and sub-district levels in the implementation of the M&E policy. Mr. Speaker, in order to fully interrogate the matter under review, the committee held meetings with selected stakeholders and undertook tours to Southern Province, Central, Copper Belt, and Northern provinces. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to highlight some of the committee's findings which have been captured in the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee observes with great concern that the current legal framework on monitoring and evaluation is ad hoc, fragmented, and generalized. The laws lack explicit provision of monitoring and evaluation. Consequently, these gaps are responsible for the weaknesses in the overall implementation of the monitoring and evaluation functions by government. The committee, in this regard, urges the executive to enact a law that will compel adherence to the aspirations of the National Monitoring and Evaluation Framework. Further, Mr. Speaker, the committee observes that the monitoring and evaluation units in most ministries are domiciled under the planning department and are almost non-existent at provincial and district levels. This has resulted in the monitoring and evaluation functions not being prioritized due to other priorities and pressing needs of the planning departments. This is in spite of the importance of monitoring and evaluation in measuring the benefit and impact of policies intended for beneficiaries. In view of this, and in order to strengthen the monitoring and evaluation function, the committee recommends that Cabinet and Treasury Authority should be granted to all ministries to establish monitoring and evaluation as a standalone directorate. This will enhance significance and practice, and it will bring at par with other key functions in the government. Mr. Speaker, the committee also notes that monitoring of some government projects is weak, resulting in some substandard works being certified for commissioning. This is due to lack of effective monitoring and evaluation system, as well as standardized monitoring and evaluation tools for projects. The committee in this regard urges the executive to develop standardized tools for monitoring government projects. Further, in view of the increased Constituency Development Fund, and committee also recommends that the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development should have standardized tools for monitoring CDF projects by local authorities. Mr. Speaker, the committee, in agreeing with stakeholders, also notes that at district level, the capacity of monitoring and evaluation tools is low due to limited access to information and communication technologies, as well as inability to manage information. The committee in this regard recommends that government, through Smart Zambia Institute, should ensure that information and communication technologies and information management is enhanced at district level in order to support the monitoring and evaluation activities for the generation of evidence-based reports. These reports will then feed into monitoring and evaluation at national level. Mr. Speaker, as I end, I wish to put it on record that monitoring and evaluation is important in ensuring that targets set on programs and projects are counter-checked and accounted for. This is particularly important in ensuring that the country's development agenda is achieved timely and cost-effective. Therefore, I urge the government to prioritize the rolling out of the national monitoring and evaluation policy at all levels of government. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to pay tribute to all stakeholders who tendered both oral and written submissions before the committee. I also wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the guidance and support services accorded to the committee throughout its deliberations. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kawe Central.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, once more. And as I second the motion, allow me to recommend the move of the motion, the chairperson of our committee on cabinet affairs, for removing the motion before this floor. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to highlight some of the pertinent issues that the committee found as they received the witnesses and also what we found on the ground when we went around the country. Mr. Speaker, the committee notes that the structures of M&E are missing at national and the planning budget and the budgeting are missing at the national planning and budgeting. In the they noted that the M&E is missing in the National Planning and the Budgeting Act of 2022, thereby causing vague linkages in the existing registration. Furthermore, the committee, as the chair noted, that there is no law that backs the M&E. Hence, we have seen that even the implementation of the M&E is lacking in most of the ministries and at provincial levels. If there is no law that is backing, we are going to see that most of the government programs and the projects are not going to be attended to, are not going to achieve the intended results. Hence, the committee is urging the government that we come up with a legislation that is going to make sure that we enact the Act of Parliament on M&E. Mr. Speaker, also the committee noted that there is insufficiency. Of course, the policy is sufficient enough to give general guidelines on the formulation of the M&E. However, despite being sufficient, we have noted that there are no structures starting from the ministerial, provincial, and district levels. Apart from few ministries, I can just one cite an example, Ministry of Health. At least there is sufficient monitoring and evaluation department, and we have seen as we went down to the district level, we found that these structures are indeed existing, but in most ministries the structures are not existing, therefore causing it very difficult for government to monitor, to follow up the programs and the projects that they implement. Mr. Speaker, also we noted as we went on the ground that, as mentioned by the move of the motion, that monitoring activities are done by the planning department in most of the departments. Now, there's a danger if we assign monitoring and evaluation activities to the planning department, because once programs are rolled out to various ministries, this is the same department that plans for that project or program and also comes up the implementation plan. Now, it's like you are giving a student to set their own question after teaching, write the exam, mark the exam, and also give the mark for themselves. This is not right. Maybe hence that is why you have seen it is very difficult even to collect the data from the various districts of programs that are rolled out by the government. If there is no data that is available for them to assess the results, we are also giving false information. Even when we assess the progress, it is false. It's not giving us the rightful picture of how the program was implemented. Also, we are going to make sure we'll be getting even not only inadequate data, but also wrong data, because there's no one who would wish to fail themselves. But going forward, that's why we are insisting that it's very important for us to make sure that the M&E, standalone M&E is implemented in Zambia, so that there will be a separate entity that will be monitoring government programs and projects, so that we are able to measure the results of any government programs, and hence that is what is going to make sure that the government will be able to attain or to be able to assess any deviation from the intended goal or results of any programs. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to mention that as I conclude, let me be quick to mention that there is an important point that I want to bring in. It's the same one on the assigning the M&E to the planning department. This one I want to emphasize that this will drill the progress of any project or programs that a government would assign to any department. And we want to urge the government, furthermore, also to make sure that there is a treasury authority to make sure that we implement the various departments, and also the budget line that will support the M&E. So the budget, the structure that we're going to formulate, they will not suffer any inadequacies in terms of performance. They'll have enough finances, transport to make sure that they move around. And also just to mention that we need to make sure that Smart Zambia will be incorporated in M&E, so that we'll be able to incorporate, they'll be able to help various departments in terms of data correction, so that we get the rightful data to assess the implementation of any government programs and projects. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, allow me, I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
Any further debate? The Honourable Member for Sikongo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity for the people of Congo to add a voice on the motion on the floor of the House. From the onset, I would like to thank the mover of the motion and the seconder for the able manner in which they have done so. Mr. Speaker, monitoring and evaluation is a very important function of national development, especially in as far as the implementation of projects and programs is concerned. And I really agree with your report through your committee that we pay special attention to this important function. Because what we have seen in the past is, as a result of poor monitoring and evaluation of our projects and programs in this country, we have a lot of white elephants that are scattered all over the country. Monitoring, by definition, Mr. Speaker, is the process of checking progress of what we are doing vis-à-vis the set objectives that we want to achieve. But of course, this has to be done during the implementation phase. On the other hand, when we talk about evaluation, we want to assess the progress of how we achieved that which we had set ourselves to achieve during the implementation of our project or program. So we can talk about midterm evaluation, which of course looks at when we've done halfway of the project or program, how have we fared? But I think, and also at the end of the program, we have impact evaluations that are done, also to look at the overall impact of our programs and objectives in terms of impact over a long period. But I think what is important with the M&E is that for monitoring, it gives us an opportunity to collect data and information that we can feed back into our decision-making process. So if we don't have a proper monitoring mechanism in place, then it will be very difficult for us to even evaluate our performance of our projects and programs at the end of the day. So it's really important that this important function is taken seriously. M&E is a function of planning. So it's very difficult to divorce monitoring and evaluation from the planning function. They move hand in hand. But I think what is important is we make sure that the people that we give this responsibility know what they are supposed to do. Like the report clearly points out, we have got people that are doing monitoring and evaluation who do not actually understand what the role and function of the M&E is all about. And as a result, we see people who just go on what I would call sightseeing, and they are calling it monitoring. That should not be the case. So when we go to do monitoring, it's important that we have a tool that we are going to use to assess the process of checking the progress that we are making. And then we sit back and look at how we are moving in line with our set objectives. Are we in line, or we are getting away from that which we had agreed? And if so, what measures are we putting in place to make sure that we get back to that line that will make us achieve our intended objective? Mr. Speaker, I agree with your committee when they talk about the lack of capacity. And I want to relate this to the issue of the CDF. The CDF, to me, is a developmental antidote that has been missing in this country, in as far as the development of the rural areas, especially, is concerned. So the CDF being so important, and looking at the resources that we have put in it, I think it's important that we don't make these resources go to waste because we are not doing monitoring. Yes, we can be spending this money on building infrastructure, doing this and that. But if you are not monitoring, at the end of the day, those resources will just have gone to waste because they will not have achieved what we want to see at the end of the day. We are going to have structures that will not last. Maybe just within 2 years, they are done. For instance, some of the desks that are being made right now, they are not up to standard. They will not last for so many years. And if that be the case, then we might end up getting back to the problem that we are trying to solve now. So let's make sure that we do monitoring and evaluation. But Mr. Speaker, I think what is most important for me is, as we talk about capacity, I think in this country we have got a tendency of doing certain activities and then not learning from them. And then we want to reinvent the wheel. In this country we had a program that was called ZAMSI, Zambia Social Investment Fund. That program is almost like what we are seeing today under CDF. The only major difference is that with it, it wanted to build capacity at the community level from planning, implementation, and monitoring. So participatory monitoring and evaluation was actually encouraged at that level. So I think for those that are still in these offices, I'm sure this program was running around 2001, 2000, somewhere there. If people in the civil servants who are still there are able to get back to that program, they will realize that we can learn a lot from that program. That can help us actually make sure that we achieve a lot in as far as the implementation of the CDF is concerned. So we need to make sure that at what level we have participatory monitoring and evaluation by, for example, the World Development Committee. But for them to do that, they need to be equipped with the necessary tools and the instruments that they can use to collect the information so that these projects that are being managed at community level are going to realize what this government intends to do. And to this end, Madam Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the European government with the idea of coming up with the purchasing of the CDF vehicles to help with the monitoring of these projects. That was a timely and very, very good initiative that was done. Why am I saying this? The money that we have is making us execute a lot of projects, which is a good thing. However, if not monitored, if this vehicle was not there, it was going to be very difficult for all the stakeholders to be able to move from one project to the other and make sure that they realize the intentions of the CDF. So I think a timely warning to our people in the local authorities. The CDF vehicle has gone there not to be used for their other objectives or other activities. They should use CDF vehicles purely for monitoring the projects. Because we have seen in other instances where now the CDF chairman, not the CDF chairman, the council chairman, they are now using these vehicles for their other activities, which are non-CDF, which is not supposed to be accepted. So capacity building, very important, so that we make sure that our resources are put to good use. So the tool that we can use to monitor, let's get back to ZAMSIF. ZAMSIF had a tool for collecting information. So we get back to what we used to do under ZAMSIF. The tool is already there. It's going to help us. We just need to tailor it make to what CDF is trying to do, so that we are able to have a uniform way of collecting information in all these CDF projects, and then brought to the district level, integrated, then province, so that at national level we are able to see the picture of what we are trying to do throughout the whole country. In that way, we are going to make sure that CDF is going to give us that which we intend to do, taking this country out of poverty. So I want to close by saying that the CDF was a good initiative. It's that missing antidote that this country has never had. The enhanced CDF is good for all of us. I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kafisa.
Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to thank, first of all, the chairperson of the committee, Honourable Andrew Lubusha, for having moved this motion regarding the implementation of monitoring and evaluation. I also want to thank the seconder of the motion. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that obviously we can look at from very different perspectives. One of the perspectives, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, which obviously has been already explained, is the issue of the legal framework. For me, I want to pick a different angle because I'm sure those that have spoken before me have already elaborated the urgent need for a legal framework. Mr. Speaker, we are a country that has got so many wonderful documents that we already have that we are not utilizing effectively. If we have to go through our list of statutes, Mr. Speaker, we are a country of so many beautiful pieces of legislation. Have we achieved everything that we intend to achieve with the current legal frameworks for so many other objectives? The answer is no. Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make in the few minutes that you've accorded me to speak relates to our failure as a country, Mr. Speaker, to implement what is already in place. We are discussing an issue to do with monitoring a project. If I was to ask each one of us today, will the legal framework ensure that every project is monitored? The answer is no. Will the legal framework, Mr. Speaker, ensure that the correct thing is done? The answer is no. The point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is that yes, there is need for us to have the right pieces of legislation, the policy is in place,
we need to come up with a law. I totally agree, but that in itself, Mr. Speaker, does not guarantee that a project that is taking place in Kasama Central today will be effectively monitored and the resources will be put to good use. I want to speak to the conscience of our workers across the country, Mr. Speaker, because that is what we are supposed to be doing. Speaking to the people that are supposed to implement these projects in Ndola Central, speaking to the men and women that are supposed to oversee the implementation of these projects in Monze Central. Those are the people, Mr. Speaker, that we must speak to in as far as implementation and monitoring of our projects is concerned. I don't think the conversation is about only a CDF project, Mr. Speaker. This is about our many different objectives as a country. I'm aware that we, at some point as a country, signed towards the attainment of what we used to call Millennium Development Goals. One of the reasons we did not achieve the MDGs, Mr. Speaker, is that there was a failure to ensure that all the goals that were identified are implemented at the required pace. We are now monitoring the pace at which we are implementing what we are calling the Sustainable Development Goals. Where are we with the SDGs? Is it a failure of not having a law that ensures that projects are monitored? I don't think that is the problem. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is our collective effort as a country, our collective attitude as a country. And I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, because officially, all the reports that come to our different committees, there's always one problem that is picked out. The problem that resources were released and the project was not implemented at the correct pace. So I want to speak today, Mr. Speaker, to our workers across the country, and we are also workers. The issue of monitoring a project is our collective effort. The issue of ensuring that when resources are released, they are used prudently, Mr. Speaker, is our collective effort. An effort that starts with the local people at the lowest level, an effort that requires that civic leaders who are councillors actively participate, an issue that demands that civil society plays an active role. If we identify each one of us and the role that we have to play, Mr. Speaker, we will not be blaming the lack of existence of a law, because I'm aware that the report identifies that as one of the key challenges that we are facing in as far as monitoring a project is concerned. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Chair, the Seconder, and everyone else that has commented on this matter. But I do hope that from this conversation, each one of us and those that are listening to this conversation, we will be able to say, dear colleagues, is it the law that is preventing us from monitoring a project in Mumbwa? The answer is no. Even if we put in place that law, if the attitude of our workers, if the attitude of each one of us does not guarantee that we look at the priority of these projects, Mr. Speaker, resources will be released. We will not be able to achieve what we intend to achieve in our respective constituency. So I want to appeal to our workers across the country. We have a country to develop. We are far much behind than many other countries that were before us, that we have lagged behind. And I do hope that from this conversation, the excuse of a legal framework will not prevent our workers from implementing programs and activities of government. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Testezi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to debate on this important report. I want to thank the mover of the motion, Honourable Washer, and the seconder. Mr. Speaker, this conversation on monitoring and evaluation is a very important conversation. There is an adage which says that without proper planning, failure is inevitable. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on the legal framework. I strongly agree with the report that we need to come up with a very well-defined legal framework that is going to institutionalize monitoring and evaluation, starting from the national government to the lowest level in the implementation of all the government programs. That, Mr. Speaker, is going to enhance accountability, It is going to enhance information sharing. It is also going to ensure that there is knowledge amongst the people that are implementing government programs. Mr. Speaker, I'll give an example on Constituency Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, Constituency Development Fund, the way it is being managed, it's a project, and it requires a well-established monitoring and evaluation system. I want to mention that at the point that councils are developing their implementation plans for CDF, there is need for the local authority to also demand for a monitoring and evaluation plan, which will also include what is referred as a visibility plan. Because at the moment, very few councils are even able to demonstrate success stories. I was excited. I think I saw brilliant success stories from constituencies like Mongo and others. But does it mean other councils, they don't want? The answer, they want, Mr. Speaker, but they have no capacity. Monitoring and evaluation, like my colleague did mention, it is not something that you can easily do without having gotten the right capacity. At the University of Zambia, this course is offered. It might be a bit of a new concept in Zambia, but now it's something which has gone at degree level, and you shouldn't expect the people who are implementing government programs to easily conduct monitoring and evaluation. It requires them to undergo some training so that they would be able to execute this function very well, because monitoring is not just about having a vehicle, like someone mentioned, where you just go and check whether the plumber is doing it correct, then you see, then you walk out. No, it's beyond that. You need to set targets, you need to set indicators, and you need to have very correct tools on how you are going to determine whether you are on track. You need to be having reviews. Right now, we are in the second year of implementing CDF. We needed at some point to even factor reviews to check whether we are on target the way we are implementing CDF. You will learn that certain groups like women, the youths, might not be deliberately benefiting some of the initiatives because we have not set clear targets that are going to help us to check where we are. Few days ago, Mr. Speaker, we sat to review the 8th National Development Plan. And we discovered that some of the targets are not well set, and you struggle to check progress when the targets are not sitting very well. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this conversation is a very serious issue. We need to have planners in these councils, district administrators, and the members of parliament. I want to appeal to your office, Mr. Speaker, that can also the members of parliament be given an opportunity to be trained in monitoring and evaluation, because we are also indirectly providing oversight to the activities that are taking place in the councils where the bigger conversation is on CDF. So with your members of parliament not having adequate understanding on monitoring and evaluation, then we might not be able to provide adequate oversight in the administration of CDF and any other government programs. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to mention that monitoring and evaluation, it helps us to check whether we are on track or we are deviating from the intended objectives. There are a lot of government programs, the 8th National Development Plan, so many to mention, that they are integrated from the district level to the provincial level up to the national level. That needs that kind of coherence in terms of checking the direction we are going. I would be, I'm here to mention that the way things have been happening, Mr. Speaker, they have been happening in a very haphazard manner, such that it becomes very difficult to trace the direction you are going and to know whether you are on track. Mr. Speaker, let me mention that monitoring and evaluation is very key in enhancing transparency and accountability. We need to have sessions with the community members. Monitoring and evaluation is not about checking the process. It also builds confidence in the people that we govern because we are able to give them feedback. This time they no longer call it monitoring and evaluation. They call it monitoring, evaluation, and learning, because there's an aspect of also sharing information, checking the direction you are going, and also making prompt decisions. If something is not working out, we need to reach a point where we make a decision. The CDF loans
Are they working out? Is there anyone who is already conducting a research to check whether all the components of CDF are sitting very well and they are meeting the intended targets like the women and the youths? So all these are the questions that will sit when we institutionalize monitoring and evaluation. At the moment, Mr. Speaker, in most of our councils, reports are being given, but they are not disaggregated by gender. You will find someone is talking about the beneficiaries of this component, the number of women are not listed, the number of the disabled are not listed, and all these issues, they would sit very well if you prioritize monitoring and evaluation frameworks, and also we have tools that are very deliberate that we are going to use in determining whether we are on track or we are losing direction. And the monitoring and evaluation, Mr. Speaker, it allows us to make real decisions. If we discover that something is not working out, we need to not to shy, but to make a decision and do away with it, provided we've got empirical evidence generated from the system that this committee is demanding that we need to put in place. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I strongly, with passion, support the report that has been laid before this House. Thank you so much, and I submit.
Thank you. The Honourable Member from Mbabala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving the good people of Mbabala an opportunity to contribute to the Committee on Cabinet Affairs report represented by Honourable Ruusha and seconded by Honourable Chrysosta Piri. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important subject, the subject of monitoring and evaluation. We are in the era of results-based evidence as well as the planning. Therefore, nothing should be happening in any areas of development work without evidence. Mr. Speaker, here at National Assembly, we are members of the APNOD, or the Development Evaluation Association for African Parliaments. And we, as parliamentarians, want to ensure that whatever development works is being done in the country is embedded in the M&E, or monitoring, evaluation and learning, as added by Honourable Itaiteti. Mr. Speaker, we also have important associations in the country, like the ZAMEA, the Zambia Monitoring and Evaluation Association, who are available to offer technical support to the government of the Republic of Zambia. I think this course is also being offered at UNZA. We've got professors there, so we can build capacity in our country in the area of M&E, because the era of simply people going to the field and coming back without objectives or targets or anything is over. This is an era where we have to use tools. Monitoring is a management process, Mr. Speaker, that is meant to help inform management to make decisions, whether they are on course, whether they need to change course, and whether they need to add a few more inputs, including resources. Similarly, evaluation is also a very important management tool in the area of either process or summative or end-line evaluations. And it is important that these are fully backed by the legal process, as the committee puts it. And that will help us to move things in a very systematic manner, especially that the New Dawn is well known as a very methodical government. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we continue to support this methodical approach of the New Dawn government in as far as development is concerned, so much that we can easily tick the boxes. Already, Mr. Speaker, as a country, we have been ticking from the campaign promises, where a lot of the campaign promises have been delivered. We have ticked free education. It was a campaign promise. That's monitoring. We have ticked the NAPSA or something. That was a campaign promise. We have ticked the debt restructuring. It happened. So we can see that our M&E is embedded in all of us. We only need to make it more systematic and methodical by virtue of putting a legal framework and putting the right tools and indicators. You know, we need to set a baseline. When we took over this government, we set a baseline. We found an empty treasury. We found a junk state. We found a lot of corruption. We found the human rights record was tattered. We found brutal killings of our citizens and the like. That's the baseline where we're coming from. And when we have been moving, we've been doing the correct things to remove all these. Junk state is normal. We are now a very good state. We have moved away from the brutal killings. There's no more killings and murders and all that. The corruption is over. So we are moving as far as M&E is concerned. Mr. Speaker, these frameworks which Honorable Trombo talked about need to include gender, disability, and other cross-cutting things such as environment to ensure that we are measuring things correctly and attributing success correctly to the areas where success has been attained. Mr. Speaker, I wish to call for the improvement indeed on the 8th National Development Plan, because this is a very important plan that needs to be linked
Order.
to the...
As the time is 12:55, I interrupt proceedings and debate stands adjourned. Day for resumption of debate.
Mr. Speaker.
Debate to resume Wednesday next week. The House is now adjourned.
Television, the House is adjourned till next week on Wednesday. And before we leave, let's quickly look at what has been considered on the floor of the House on business resumed at 09 hours today.
Pleasant, when business resumed at 9 hours, Her Honor, the Vice President, did give an indication of business that is expected to be considered next week. That's from 5th to 7th July 2023. And some of the bills that we need to look out for next week are the Environmental Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2023, which is expected to come at second reading and is expected to be considered on 6th of July 2023.
The other bill that will come at second reading is the Zambia Institute of Valuation Surveyors Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2023, and this one will come up for consideration the 6th of July 2023.
She also gave an indication of some committee reports that are expected to be considered next week, and the first one being the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services, and this is on the performance audit report on the provision of mental health services in Zambia, and this report is expected to be considered on 5th July 2023.
We do have the Education and Science Technology, and this one will be considered on the 6th of July 2023, and this one is on performance audit report on the administration of student loans in Zambia.
And thirdly, we have the Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs Committee, and this report is on the performance of audit report on urban and regional planning in Zambia. It is expected to be considered on 7th July 2023.
And ministers will respond to 15 questions for oral answer from the notice of question from 20th of October 2022, and according to what Her Honor indicated, on Wednesday 5th July, total number of 5 questions will be considered. On Thursday 6th July, total number of 5 questions will be considered, and on Friday 7th of July 2023, total number of 5 questions as well will be considered, and these questions will be directed to various cabinet ministers. So that's the indication for business beginning 5th of July 2023 to the 7th of July.
Exactly, President. And after that, we did see Her Honor, the Vice President respond to questions from various members of parliament, and this is an allocation which is given to Her Honor the Vice President. It takes about 45 minutes. We did see Her Honor the Vice President respond to 17 questions.
After the question for without notice to Her Honor the Vice President, Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security to render a ministerial statement, and this ministerial statement was on the alleged police brutality. And according to the Minister, he did brief the House that on 28th of June 2023, the Law Association of Zambia President published an article in which he alleged that there was an increase in incidences of brutality attributed to the Zambia Police Service. In his article, he highlighted 3 incidences involving Patriotic Front members who came in conflict with the law and were arrested by the Zambia Police Service.
And the Minister further on went to state that there are 3 cases that were involved. In the case of which Mr. Christopher Zumani Zimba was arrested and charged. Brief facts were that on 30th May 2023, Zambia Police Service charged and arrested Christopher Zumani Zimba jointly with 3 others for being in possession of articles for terrorism or proliferation purposes contrary to Section 25 of the Anti-Terrorism and Non-Proliferation Act number 6 of 2018, as read with Section 2 of the amended Anti-Terrorism Act number 6 of 2023 of the laws of Zambia.
In the case of involving Ms. Emmanuel Mwamba on 17th of June 2023, Zambia Police Service arrested Ms. Emmanuel Mwamba, aged 52, and Mr. Andy Luchende, aged 29, both of whom are residents of Lusaka, for 2 counts of forgery, contrary to the Section 342 of the Penal Code, Cap 87 of the laws of Zambia. In addition, the duo was arrested for 3 counts of publication of information contrary to Section 54 of the Cyber Security and Cyber Crimes Act number 2 of 2021, and the offences are alleged to have been committed on the 8th of June 2023 in Lusaka.
The Minister further went on to state that on 17th June 2023, Zambia Police Service charged and arrested Mr. Emmanuel Mwamba for assault occasioning actual bodily harm, and contrary to Section 248 of the Penal Code. Mr. Mwamba is alleged to have assaulted one of the police officers that went to apprehend him on 17th June 2023.
The Minister did clear some perception by some sections of society on the Zambia Police call-out. The call-out is not in any way by law a requirement for any police officer to effect an arrest. A police call-out is merely an administrative accepted practice by which members of the public are invited by the police to answer concerns raised against them. Therefore, police statement, we did see quite a number of members of parliament posing follow-up questions, seeking clarity from the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. Later, after that, Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Health to make a clarification in a ministerial statement on a report on whether government is aware that National Health Insurance Management Authority, NIMA, currently pays a maximum of 1,500 kwacha towards cancer treatment for each patient. Details of that statement.
And the Minister did respond that the position of government has not changed. She further stated that there is no limit on the treatment of cancer patients, as this is dependent on their condition. And this makes it not to be correct and so misleading to insinuate that NIMA pays a maximum of 1,500 kwacha towards cancer treatment for each patient.
The Minister further informed the House that the information on the tariffs is pre-agreed with health care providers. It is the intention of the National Health Insurance Scheme that these services are accessed at the hospital. However, if a prescription is given, there is a protocol in place that allows the member to collect from a pharmacy. There are 649 drugs for oncology treatments on the benefits package, and are billed to NIMA at the agreed tariff by the health care providers. There is no limit imposed on the patients, as this is dependent on the condition of the patient.
She further went on to state that NIMA covers various stages in the treatment of a cancer patient, namely diagnostics, cervical cancer, prostate cancer, breast cancer, and biopsy for other types of cancer.
After the consideration of that ministerial statement by the Minister of Health, the House did proceed to consider questions without notice. Thus, during her honor, the Vice President's question time, like my colleague mentioned earlier on, a total number of 17 questions were posed on the floor of the House by various members of Parliament. Question 324 was withdrawn by Mr. Chingamute, who is Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, and this question was supposed to be directed to the Vice President. It was under Standing Order 74.
Exactly, Paulson. The House did also consider question 326, which did come from Mr. Clement Andeleki, who is Katombora Member of Parliament, who did ask the Minister of Health whether the government has any plans to construct mini hospitals in the following areas in Katombora parliamentary constituency: Bombwe, Ngwezi, Mukuni, Kauwe, Skauzwe, Msokotwani. The minister did respond that government has no immediate plans, as they have reclassified the delivery health services. If so, when plans will be implemented and what the cost of the project is, these did fail. These two, B and C, fell off, and in C, the reclassification, she did say government does not now consider any mini hospitals, but currently this is the range that they have: a health post, health center, first level hospital, which is at district level, second level hospital, which is at general hospital level, and the third level, which is at the teaching level hospital, and the fourth one being a specialized hospital. So that was the response from the Minister of Health.
Prior to that question, the House did consider question 325, and this question came from Mr. Mukosa, who's Chinsali Member of Parliament. The question was directed to the Minister of Finance and National Planning. He wanted to find out what the import cover was as over the following dates. December 2021. According to the minister's response, he did say that as of December 2021, the import cover was at 2.8 billion US dollars. And in B, the member wanted to find out what the import cover was as August 2022. According to the minister's response, he did say that 3 billion United States dollars was the amount.
The House also considered question 327, which came from Mr. Stanley Chanda, who is Kanchiria Member of Parliament, and this question was asked by Mr. by Nyimba, Member of Parliament, and this question was directed to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, whether government has any plans to rehabilitate the Mpika Kasama Road. If so, when the plans will be implemented, what the time frame of the completion of the project is. The minister did respond that government will consider to rehabilitate the Mpika Kasama Road once funds are available. And he said in part B, he did respond that government will mobilize resources, and that's when they'll be able to rehabilitate. And in part C, when a contractor is procured, that is when the time frame will be able to be projected.
Question 328 came from Chinsali Member of Parliament, Mr. Kalalo Mukosa, and it was asked due to prior arrangement by a Nyimba Member of Parliament, Mr. Minyani Zulu, and this question was directed to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. The member wanted to find out what the contract sum for the rehabilitation of the Kaso Chunga Wimba Kalela Road in Chinsali Parliamentary Constituency is, and according to the Minister's response, they said that it was about 79 million. In B, how much money had been paid to the contractors of August 2022? According to the minister, it was about 9.6 million. What the total cost of the works done as of August 2022 was, according to the minister's response, said that it was about 10.7 million kwacha. In this part, the member wanted to find out when the project will be completed. The minister did respond by saying that the contract expired due to financial constraints and the completion date will only be known once the contract is put in place and subjected to the availability of funds. So those are the questions for oral answer that appeared on today's order paper, Understanding Order 74.
The House then went on to consider the report of the Committee on Cabinet Affairs. This motion was moved by Mr. Andrew Lubusha, who is the chairperson of this committee and is Chipangali Member of Parliament, that this House to adopt the report of the Committee on Cabinet Affairs on the implementation of the National Monitoring and Evaluation Policy in Zambia for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 27th June 2023. This motion was seconded by Kawe Central Member of Parliament, Ms. Chrysosta Halwindi, and at the time business was interrupted. Bavala Member of Parliament, that's Mr. Joseph Monsanje, was contributing to this motion.
So basically that's the business that has been considered on the floor of the House today, which is the 30th day in the month of June 2023. On behalf of my colleague Taza Piri, and indeed not forgetting the two sign language interpreters, and this is Chola Kauma, and indeed not forgetting Jason Manda. My name is Posent Ndovi, wishing you an incident-free long weekend and enjoy the rest of your viewing.
Congrats! I love it. It's the kind of launch that Betty does, but it looks like a mini wedding, to be honest. I feel like it's age different. She treats me like somebody who's actually older than her. There's a hole. My jeans just ripped open. Guess there's too much goodness. I invited Robert today for my sisters to meet him. Hi!
Wait a minute. I know that beard.
Bruh, come on there. That no matter. The biggest dragon for Westeros, then slow picking face am, climb down, ride am like Formula 1. Here, catch me.
I didn't tell you. Watch the series, movies, and sports you love on Showmax, Africa's original streaming service.
Keep watching Parliament Television, a station that brings Parliament closer to you.
We have seen a propensity.
The debates, the questioning, the making of laws, the confrontation. The live parliamentary proceedings are aired on Parliament TV every Tuesday to Thursday at 14:30 hours and Fridays at 09 hours. Make a date. Parliament TV, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Mwembeshi is a constituency that covers Muteli and Nampundwe in Shibuyunji district of Central Province. The distance between Lusaka and Mwembeshi is 45.3 kilometers. Mining and farming are some of the major economic activities in this constituency. Mr. Jamba Majila is Mwembeshi MP under the United Party for National Development, a seat he previously held as an independent member of parliament. He runs us through the members of parliament that have served before him.
Yona Shimonde. From Yona Shimonde we come to his young brother David Shimonde, which one is older? Yes, David Shimonde. From there we come to Edward Kasoko. From Edward Kasoko we come to Mr. Milambo and then myself.
Mr. Majula now gives a general overview of Mwembeshi constituency.
Mwembeshi constituency is a little constituency. It has been tossing from central Lusaka, central province or Lusaka province. Now we are in central province. We are actually on the tail end of the southeast of the central province. Now if you are to go to Mwembeshi constituency, you go west as you are going to Mongu. You pass through the constituency Chilanga, you cross Chilanga, you enter into Katuba, then you are in Mwembeshi constituency. But if you are going to use from, as you go 22 kilometers away from the town center along Mombwa Road, you turn going on your left, you 8 kilometers, you are in Mwembeshi. So it takes us 44 kilometers to be in Mwembeshi constituency. The distance of Lusaka Kafue, Lusaka Mwembeshi is the same distance. So we actually have got 10 wards. It goes up to Nangoma. Then the road, the inside road is a gravel road, which cutters 3/4 of the wards. We don't have a hospital, a district hospital. So when we're talking about Mwembeshi, we are talking about Shibuyunji. Shibuyunji is a district. The same district is the same boundary of the constituency. So in this district, which is a constituency, we don't have a district hospital. We basically don't have any boarding school. Boarding school, like when you say Mumba boarding school or Chongwe boarding school, or say these boarding schools in districts, we don't have one like that. Of course, we are endowed with natural resources. We are actually in the GMA of the Kafue National Park by the floodplains of the Kafue River. We are also endowed with a lot of minerals. We can talk about copper, you can talk of pyrite, you can talk of iron ore, and some traces of gold are there. Then other natural resources, the land itself for farming, because there's a lot of land for farming where we have got people who are doing cane, sugar, and also just growing maize. We also have pastoral lands, because these people, as the constituency is called Mwembehi, meaning Kachema, meaning people who are cattle keepers. So you have got the floodplains, we have got a lot of cattle. So on the other side is the other side where Mazabuka and Magoye, we have got the floodplains. The other side is where Mwembeshi is, we have got the floodplains. So this is where how it is situated. Of course, the town, the hubs, the centers of hub where economical activities are happening so much is Nampundwe area, where the mines is Nampundwe mine for KCM. There's a lot of huge numbers of people residing there, because the sugar company and the mining area is one central area. But the rest of the area has got a lot of these peasant farmers who are just growing maize and cotton and all that things.
Mwembeshi constituency faces many challenges, such as limited schools, poor road infrastructure, as the Mwembeshi lawmaker explains.
One of the biggest challenges we have got in agriculture is that the land which people are now doing the agriculture is not titled. These are traditional lands, and they are doing traditional farming. So we find that, one, in terms of the input, trying to produce according to the land hectareage, the output is too low. Why? These are just peasant farmers. So in agriculture terms, we find, one, the people don't have the capacity in terms of the monies to buy the agricultural utilities which they are going to use. They are still using hoes, they don't have tractors, they want to farm inputs like fertilizer, they have got problems into that. So the agriculture sector in terms of crop is actually hindered with no inputs and a lot of problems in how to do those things. The same agriculture, we can go to livestock. We don't have enough deep tanks. We don't have enough deep tanks. You find that a lot of people have got animals, but they're still keeping animals the traditional way. You find someone has got 10 animals this year, 10 years down the line, you still have got 10 animals. The breeding center, we have got a breeding center in Kawama. That breeding center has got no effect to the people who are living around. You find these people, they don't know that animals are supposed to breed annually. Every year have got a dropping. Every year have got they don't know that. So we have got a challenge in these things in trying to educate the people how we can harness these wetlands, which are able to produce huge tonnages of meat, and which you can sell into the European market. Let me come to the challenges of health. You will not one thing that we don't have a hospital. Our referral point is Lev Manawasa or the UTH. If there is any complication, let's say a mother is giving birth and there's a complication, they have to move that person, you can imagine, on a gravel road, 22 kilometers, 34 kilometers, sometimes as far as 40 kilometers on gravel road, rushing, coming to Levy Hospital or going to the UTH. That is a very big challenge. Though now we are trying to build a lot of these clinics around, dotted in each ward, want to have a health post in each ward, health post. But the major thing which you are looking at is a district hospital, which we need to build at an area called Jimbotera. Let me come to the mining activities. You will note that even when there are traces of gold, people don't know how to get these licenses. The mining industry, the one big mine like Nampundo mine for KSM, the way the mines used to run, it has actually dilapidated. These people are using people on casual labor, these casual labor matters where people are employed, they don't have even a pension. Whenever you want to, everything has just collapsed. There's a problem with the mining industry. There's another mine which is opening on the eastern side for universal mining for Trade Kings. This one is because of somehow the road network where they're supposed to transport their finished material from the mine to Kafue. It's also a problem, and up to now it's not fully operationalized. We are thinking that if this mine is going to open and start working, KCM realign their working culture, we see that there's a lot of mining activities, then we are going to have a good program. Let me dash to education. We have got a problem, a very big one. An educated community is a danger to itself and a danger to the nation. So you note that in Mwembeshi, there is no boarding school. Many children, let's say the girl child, they move from their communities, they go and squat in the compounds, like Nampundo area, they squat in the community. These are living alone as though they are adults, going into to attend school. And then in the wrong land, you find these children are becoming pregnant. Because how do they survive? Where do they get the foods? The people who are sponsoring them into these secondary schools, they are peasant farmers who don't have a lot of money. And people take advantage on these girls because they want to eat, they want to dress. How do they concentrate at school? You find that there's a lot of effects. There's a high pregnancy, early marriages, and also escalation of diseases, because these children are not actually staying in a boarding school. They're just in boarding houses where they're just renting on their own. So these are some of the challenges we are having.
Mr. Majila now runs us through his developmental agenda for Mwembeshi constituency.
First and foremost, the road infrastructure. That one is the biggest priority, number one, which I am working on. And I'm hopeful that come next year and this budget, we're going to actually upgrade that one to between a standard, and then everything is going to happen. The second one, developmental agenda, is we want to build a secondary school. The Good Neighbor have helped us in Mugulaigwa. They are building a boarding school there. We want to put our hands together with them. Using the CDF money, we envisage to spend about 12 million in building boarding houses at Mugulaigwa Secondary School. So if we can put boarding houses there, which can cater about 1,200 boys and also 1,200 girls, that boarding school is going to be a state of the art in the country. Not only that one, we are coming to Shivyunji because the constituency is divided into two, the western part and the eastern part. On the western part, we are looking at Mukulaigwa to build the boarding schools, the boarding houses there, so that the school can actually accommodate the numbers which I've said. The same with at Shivyunji. The World Bank is giving us a secondary school there. They have already started building it. The other critical issue which we are trying to target is to do a district hospital. I'm not talking about a mini hospital. We're talking about a district hospital at Jimbotela. If we build this next year, we build these boarding houses, assuming that all the ones are going to agree to what we are trying to sell them, because this is a sold idea, because according to CDF, the idea is supposed to come from the grassroots coming up. So, but the grassroots, we must also give them highlight that if we do this, it is going to benefit us. Their vision is my vision. So let's finish our vision. This vision of trying to open road, hospital, and secondary schools. These things, let us see them built. and they working together with me. Their vision, if we work together, we are going to make sure that at least we score. By the end of 2026, these things done, then we are home and run. We want to leave a better Mwembeshi than ever before.
Ms. Masiliso Muyangwa is Administrative Assistant for Mwembeshi constituency. She now talks about her role and implores on the Mwembeshi constituents to make use of the constituency office.
Our role basically is just to facilitate the works of the Honorable Member of Parliament. Yes. And as when people bring issues here, we are the ones to take note, inform him. Any feedback, we get the feedback, give it to the people, and it helps the MP as well in his debates. Whatever issues are brought, we tell him if he's not in the office. The office is important in that it creates, or rather strengthens, the link in between the constituents, the Member of Parliament, and Parliament itself. So generally it helps out in strengthening that link. It bridges the link in between the constituents and the Parliament. But the people, at least they know to say when they come here what kind of services they'll get from here. Yes, so it's not bad. The people of Mwembeshi, though we also need to do a bit of some sensitization here and there, but the people know what they're supposed to do, how to use the office. We've done a bit of sensitization in the past. Yes.
The constituents office helps to bridge the gap between the area Member of Parliament and constituents, hence fostering development in the area.
This June, the stars of Zambezi Magic are perfectly aligned. It's a gamble for stardom on the all-new 10 Tamanga Street. Bold steps push Zuba to a league above all. Lindiwe plays puppet master as her devious plan unfolds. With the hope of reconciliation, Shimumbi returns to Ranamumbi. Witness Uncle Imbani's hustle and bustle for the upper life. And get up close and personal with our favorite superstar, Mutale Mwanza. It's a date with the stars on Zambezi Magic. Channel 162 on DSTV and Channel 3 on GoTV.
You deserve an escape to paradise. Let's take you there with some of your favorite local content lined up on GoTV. GoTV. Be part of it. Live life. Mwamene ifunika kunkadila. GoTV. Nia moyo. Tamban ma shows yonse from as low as 35 kwacha per GoTV and feel the best of local content. GoTV. Love it.
Oh yeah, Chameleon.
Kalandanya Music Promotion.
Uimoda wuku chuloku. Love me the way Yakula bombela baby. Baby, you love me the way I am. We mona buku chulo. Amaboko aya ya la bomba. Yakula bombela baby. Nesatapala bonse pamukumo apere pintu panono 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 wala lole para mupere pare para lesa bonse teti anda ko naine ngala kumela bebe ngala kuchulila mayo iwenda bana bangi nangu bibi peshani nangu bishu peshani I'll be there. Love me the way I am. We mona uku chulo. Amaboko aya ya la bomba. Yakula bombela baby. Baby, you love me the way I am. We mona uku chulo. Amaboko aya ya la bomba. Yakula bombela baby. Nakasuba baby. Ebyo kaba kalengira n'okufuma byonse. Life ya bachalo. Nati take it twikala mapita. Munse. Oh, and I see the sun rise up. I'll be there to wipe my tears. I'll cry no more, no more. Oh, but come on, let's not go in there. I'm punya papi down because I would die. Will you be there for me? Love you. We mona uko chulo. Amaboko aya ya la bomba. Yakula bombela baby. Baby, I love you the way I am. We mona uko chulo. Amaboko aya ya la bomba. Yakula bombela baby. Kakula lo le sakundo mai. Hatimona pe ekutufumine ukutali. 'Cause you are right by my side. The walk for me the kunango one day. Come let me hug you, baby. Let down wine your tune when mommy. Let's celebrate to the happy days. Yeah. Oh yeah, when you were there, do not lay my love you the way I am. We mona uko chulo. Amaboko aya ya la bomba. Yakula bombela baby. Baby, you love me the way I am. We mona uko chulo. Amaboko aya ya la bomba. Yakula bombela baby. This is a Jerry Finger production. nikonda mweniriri. Love me on my way. Never run away. Love me on my way. Never run away. Nifuna better hafu. Onikonda olo nikanoka. No judging me. Murivonse loving me. Ama karipani karubyanya. Ngati lavu simatengana. Ama popota nikangala popomoko. Kuchipinda gachuwa kwa makoloko. Chipunde sana muzikondera. Uniuza moko kondera. Nipuuza monirerera. Chikoni nijane kuri moendera. Nisiva siniri perfecti. Oh no. Patini sakira muntu waza nikonda patiently. Nisiva ni marumana. Ah no. Patini sakira muntu waza nikonda mweniriri. Love me on my way. Never run away. Love me on my way. Never run away. Bali muntu, pamangala vochitika vintu. The things we do, vina baba chabe bantu. So nisakira, wakwata patience. So nisakira, wakwata leniency. Famosi, chipunde sana mozi kondera. Uniuza moko kondera. Nipuuza monirerera. Chikoni nijane kuri moendera. Nisiva siniri perfecti. Oh no. Patini sakira muntu waza nikonda patiently. Nisiva ni marumana. Ah no. Patini sakira muntu waza nikonda mweniriri. Love me on my way. Never run away. Love me on my way. Never run away. Masiga na mahene si anza mino nikete sinka flow amangete east kutiachivele shinga wafumo mundeleshi focus na yes bifu wala nkutialete sinka uka everyday nishina wina ndaba wena wakufa wena watwala na vina. This is for single mothers favorizing I'm a hero. My drop up back entrepreneur nga young heroes na batwila mu hell no kwa wila mu heaven. Top 10 is to mine alone ili free ni number 11. Rapper, married, certified hustler pa street. Banka, ponse ni machita iwe mfwiti. ndalama niselekwa mifani tenzo sekula maketani mabroko nipanga uvegan nenze option manje valipe option I push through the dead simuona so irojo nitafika otafika pafupi usatambika panyusi ini toast to family na mahomi warumia tuenzezi swenzezi to the people who knew me I can be everyone's fire mukafika mochuni if I go out I am paid sinipe formela mova I would rather be mubank musikamba chana sova buying stocks na mashares nikafika they behave digging me pali ponse monga plot to PF corporate hustler. Run that to buy, let them know that's your run thing. Back in the building.
Got another one.
You can never know what it's like to be me.
Can't mark it too.
I bang you up on top, yeah. But they can never know what it's like to be you. What it's like to be you. Bambidi up on top, yeah. But they can never know what it's like to be me. What it's like, ichikali pachu for winne. Osatabilo kondema iwe. Cause you can never know what it's like to be me. For me, what it's like to be you. Dine mundu chabena, can't you see? Dine mundu chabena, can't you see? Dine mundu chabena, can't you see? God, can't you see? God, can't you see? Dine mundu chabena, can't you see?
Precious name in the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Can't you see? Dine mundu chabena, can't you see? God, can't you see?
Let me talk to him.
Nobody said anywhere that this life would be easy. So the time I daily try to keep myself busy. This I kill my change, more than I'm finzi. Kulibeva pa silver plate on the pinzi. Cause everybody's just trying to survive here. Maybe in the process, feel alive here. Call it what you want, tell it cause alive here. But no, sana bale umfa nice here. Mutu wapya ningo panga koma samu. Still ziva mapuresha ni pitamu. So put easy ni pempa kwa chimozi. Be nice cause apa only God knows it. I bang you up on top, yeah. But they can never know what it's like to be you. What it's like to be you. Bambidi up on top, yeah. But they can never know what it's like to be me. What it's like, ichikali pachu for winne. Osatabilo kondema iwe. Cause you can never know what it's like to be me. For me, what it's like to be you. Dine mundu chabena, can't you see? Dine mundu chabena, can't you see? Dine mundu chabena, can't you see? Can't you see? Can't you see? Dine mundu chabena, can't you see?
Name in the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Can't you see? Dine mundu chabena, can't you see? Can't you see? Show told you that I'm perfect. All I know is that I'm fit. Every day I wake up and I try my best. To me that's what's important. You at your best. Sometimes I feel the weight of the world on my shoulder. Sikona mulungu the cold getting colder. And everybody's now judging jury. Ukapanga goche mistake ivaja fury. Bambinge badi bale sanga to the papurai. But even I'm a sambi abo dipping and dry. And I still find a way to be nice. Cause we all just human at the end of the night.
Hello, Putia.
I bang you up on top, yeah. But they can never know what it's like to be you. What it's like, ichikali pachu for winne. Osatabilo kondema iwe. Cause you can never know what it's like to be me. For me, what it's like to be you. Dine mundu chabena, can't you see? Dine mundu chabena, can't you see? Dine mundu chabena, can't you see? God, can't you see? God, can't you see? kodi can't you see? Usaona ngazini kuyanka, ati awe si chimani baba. It's better kula bakofye you than you kuchula ne chikonko. Basa onenga suma bayanga, ati awe si chima kubaba. It's better kula bakofye you than you kuchula ne chikonko iwe.
I'm breaking down. I think it's depression that's getting the best of me. It's back in town. I think I'm a miracle. How did I make it this far? Against other odds. Look at the boards. Look at the scores. The kid from the belt is now opening doors. I'm looking in the mirror like be easy on yourself. You're already doing a great job. Big up yourself. Uli muntu fena wewe. Ukalanu wali mwali mwevifine. That's life, man. Getting life and leaving. Don't let them kill your vibe. Keep believing.
But wabengi wapon top, yeah.
Uptown Beats.
You deserve an escape to paradise. Let's take you there with some of your favorite local content lined up on GoTV. GoTV. Be part of it. Live life. Mwamene ifunika kunkadila. GoTV. Niamoyo. Tamban mashows yonse from as low as 35 kwacha per GoTV and feel the best of local content. GoTV. Love it.
Yeah, balule zilile lile. Nowadays in the makonti rakiti, chains on bar, chikondi ndindalama, vamalavu ndi kulimba. Nowadays in the makonti rakiti, oh baby, chikondi ndi makwacha, vamalavu ndi kulimba. Nowadays in the makonti rakiti, oh baby. Chikondi, chikondi. Nowadays in the makonti rakiti, oh baby. Chikondi, chikondi. Hey, nowadays in the makonti rakiti, oh baby. Zikondiza masiku wano zinga kufokese. Ndabisa mtima ndiwo bonga pweteke. Chikondi choera ndima chifuna kwa ndima peza chakuda. Ndima funa nkaza nga ndikondesese. Chipenge banja ndika muvalike mpete. Chikondi chako chisatana anza tundibanja sanga konjese. Hey, koma ai sizima kara choncho. Hey, kapena ndikutsowa mwai ndingopeza nsato ndimibobo, yeah. Wachiyamba nale kuti yakufuna penzi, wachiwiri na yakuti yakufuna renji, wachitatu anata wati ndifula machenji, ne mwana wa mona bale ndivutikirenji. Chikondi, chikondi. Nowadays in the makonti rakiti, oh baby. Chikondi, chikondi. Hey, nowadays in the makonti rakiti, oh baby. Anyamara kunamitsa magero nao Capitão Vivero. Kodi di kupita kuti kulibe alijeni wiki. Loving you baby commitment. Chikonde chato chinga kale different. Ndikakupereke kumakoro akatidalise agogo. Hey, ndifuna lavu yako, simfuna chuma chako. Ndipasebe pure love. Chikondi chizakhala ndimpamvu, oh. Ndifuna lavu yako, simfuna chuma chako. Ndipasebe pure love. Chikondi chizakhala ndimpamvu, oh. Chikondi, chikondi. Nowadays in the makonti rakiti, oh baby. Chikondi, Nowadays in the ma conti rakiti, oh baby. Chikondindindala, vamala bundi kulimba. Nowadays in the ma conti rakiti, oh baby. Hey, chikondindima kwacha, vamala bundi kulimba. Nowadays in the ma conti rakiti, oh baby. Chenzo mbale, hey.
Awansans hanga kusiye usalegerere mwana kungala mwana wa masiye walilubile ko bado child is not a mistake kutina kaposa shaka fyeleneka efyonanda wadanishuwikelewe hey baby you never know that your child is a blessing from up above. You better know that everything is gonna be good, yeah, baby, mama. Yeah. You want so strong, I know that you like to look daily, mama. Yeah. Everything is gonna be alright, baby, mama. Look in the mirror, tell yourself you don't need anybody, mama. Yeah. Everything is gonna be okay. Move on, I never said I am done. Wake up and do what you think you can. Scooby-Doo, baby, nalishiba kuzabayiba n'enkondo umwana niwe umubire enkondo umwana wobe n'enkondo yabugutwala kwishiri takabati nga mwavyala nishimwazapula no. Remember that tomorrow, keep on pushing the dreams that you've been pushing. Baby, you gotta vision. About tomorrow, we can never mention. Baby, keep on pushing. Everything is gonna be good, yeah, baby, mama. Yeah. You are so strong, I know that you like to look daily, mama. Yeah. Everything is gonna be alright, baby, mama. Look in the mirror, tell yourself you don't need anybody, mama. Yeah. Everything is gonna be okay. Move on, I never said I am done. Wake up and do what you think you can. Scooby-Doo, baby, do-do-do-do-do. Dear single mothers, single mother, keep on pushing, single mother. Everything is gonna be okay. Single mother, keep on pushing, single mother. Everything is gonna be alright. Dear baby mama, you are so strong. I know that you like to look daily, mama. Yeah, everything is gonna be alright, baby mama. Look in the mirror, tell yourself you don't need anybody, mama. Yeah, everything is gonna be okay. Move on, I never said I am done. Wake up and do what you think you can. Scooby-Doo, baby, do-do-do-do-do. Move on, I never said I am done. Wake up and do what you think you can.